Hello, everybody. Welcome to our newest roster stream. I'm not equipped to do this intro, so I'm gonna have somebody else do it for me.
Better have
Hi,
something like
hi,
this.
hello,
Whoa, hello.
hello,
Hi.
hi.
Hi
Somebody explain what we're doing here because I'm too lazy.
Okay, but first you
Fortnite.
make sure you stream the Photoshop file to us so that we can
Yeah, I got it.
see. So, hello everyone, welcome to the new roster stream. This time around, we are going to be talking about Super Smash Bros. Again, but not characters this time. This time, we're doing stages. Which is, I think, a lot more interesting because there's a lot more variety we can pick from here. And stages is something that I think
thing over and over again. I said it's
Yeah.
not the same thing over and over again.
exactly. And I also feel like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, one of the areas it severely lacked in was the stages. Like, because they focus so much on bringing every character back, when the base roster dropped, there's only like 4 new stages: Castlevania, Splatoon, and then Mario and Zelda, and that was it.
Yep. There were a lot of remakes that needed to be made because they got the 3DS versions and a lot of other
a lot of old stages that weren't back in Smash 4.
No, everything.
Everything that was in Smash 4 was remade as well.
Every single stage was touched up.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't look like it from Smash 4, they had to redo the entire materials to use physical base rendering. So, like, everything had to be redone.
Yeah, and I
had to
totally
redo everything
understand
under the
that.
hood too for Steve.
Yes, that's also true for some characters like Steve. They had to do a lot of work on it. And I get this, right, and it allowed for a lot of stuff, but it meant that there was not much new stages. And I like seeing new stages because I like seeing what games they pull from and what scenarios they pull from. So like, I personally hope that the next Super Smash Bros. Doesn't bring back that many old stages. We've had them all for Ultimate. I think I can live with a game without Temple in it for
Actually, with the redone materials, they can basically just port it forward, and it'll be so much easier to update now because it uses such a modern and fast production.
Also, Nan, you used like possibly the worst example that you could have used because as soon as you said I can do without Temple, I was like, no, we can't. That's the third stage.
That's why I picked Temple as my choice.
I would like Temple to be redone in its melee proportions. To be honest, I feel like it hasn't been the same.
But okay, so we wanted to do 20 stages each. Yes, we're doing it in the top 25 newcomer route, so we'll be going one by one in the order, starting with Huff, and then going down to our secret 6th participant, which is the Patreons. So for this one, we decided to reach out to all the $5 up patrons that we have and ask them to contribute a stage idea or two for this stream if they wanted to take part. And we did all of that. We did have rules. They had to follow the same rules that we had to follow. And those rules are any stage that has a first-party Nintendo franchise is good to go. That's fine.
I forgot to update the staff icons. I'm doing great,
Yeah,
guys.
I was just typing that in our
You
group
can do it
chat.
now.
I was going to say Phantoms there and not Snazzy and Creeko.
Yeah,
I
Creeks.
replaced Phantom.
Anyway, any
fuck you,
first-party
Snazzy, I guess.
any first-party Nintendo franchise is good to go. Third parties, if they're playable in Super Smash Bros., then that's fine. If they're already playable, Final Fantasy VII counts as Final Fantasy VII, not Final Fantasy in general.
That one made me sad.
We can put forward a new third party, one that's not in Super Smash Bros. Yet, but we have to convince the others here on the stream that it's actually is, like, could have a chance of getting into Super Smash Bros. Like, you couldn't pick something as an example of something that did get rejected from the Patreon section. someone submitted an idea for Guitar Hero base level. And while Guitar Hero is big, iconic franchise, there's no way you're gonna get them licensed musics, or them licensed songs into Super Smash Brothers. And without them, what's even the point?
It was a
Right.
cool idea, but I explicitly stated, "Hey, what the fuck would you do for music there?"
Yeah. So like that one got turned down, and they gave us another idea instead.
Okay, but hear me out. I think my idea of saying you can have it, but you can only use songs that were like free range from Wii Music, like Hot Cross Buns and Twinkle
Public
Twinkle Little
domain
Stars.
songs.
Yeah.
You can only use public domain songs. Meet me on the Claire de Lune stage.
Heck yeah. Beethoven Symphony Orchestra, whatever. Let's go.
I mean, I hope somebody put Donkey Konga as the stage now.
Yeah, that would have been a funnier alternative.
Oh man, I can't wait for fucking off-brand All-Star.
Okay, I'm just gonna say somebody said something earlier in the chat that made me realize that I forgot a really obvious and really like me stage idea to put forward. When we get to mine, I'm just gonna tell you to replace it.
So
I have the icon made.
I can't believe you're
Alright.
putting Moo Moo Meadows on.
Did anybody do Poke Floats 3? Where's Poke Floats 2?
I don't know.
They skipped it like Goat
Skipped
Simulator.
it.
Nobody cares.
All right, let's get started, shall we? And I believe if we're in this order, that means Huff, you get to start off.
Okay, so first off, are we doing one person at a time, or are we going
Yes.
like 5? Okay. Here
We
we
should
go.
do it the same way before, one person at a time. I think that'd be more interesting.
All right, Huff.
Wait, so you mean like my first one, Slink's first one, or
Yes.
all me and all Slink?
No,
Okay.
your first one, Slink's first one, my first one, Creek's. Spazzy,
Okay,
and
I-
No problem.
I was banking on us doing 5 per. I know which one to replace now. It's gonna be the one that I can't talk about because it's from a game that I know nothing about.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Starting off, we have the funny.
Wow, I'm
Bowser's
shocked.
Castle.
Bowser's Castle.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Which game is this from?
Oh, I just ripped that Super Nintendo World.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say
okay.
that looks like
Gotcha.
a theme park.
Well, as long
I
as
just-
it's official, we're good.
Yeah, the images I didn't go for like, oh, this is what the layout would look like or anything, because it's really hard with some stage ideas to be like, hey, this is what it's gonna be. So it's Bowser's Castle. Hey, this is probably the stage where it's like, how the fuck is this not in it? And don't say Paper Mario. Don't be unfunny.
Aww. No, you're right though. Bowser's Castle is like a very glaring omission from the Mario series at this point in time.
Yeah, I have a few stages or stage themes that are just kind of in the category of how the fuck have they not done this?
Mhm.
And this is the biggest what the fuck.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll be seeing a bit more of Bowser themed levels from other people later.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on that note, my first stage, it's not a Bowser level. It is Tick Tock Clock from Super Mario 64.
Okay.
So Huff made this icon, but I imagine that it could use the pendulum as a funny stage hazard. I think the most caustic stages are the best ones. So this stage is as bad to play on as Tick-Tock Clock is to platform on in Super Mario 64. I want there to be invisible walls everywhere.
How would you have the speed up, slow down, freeze
Yes.
time thing? that
Okay,
TikTok Clock
so
has?
here's what happens. Depending on the time of the day, your Switch will read the time, and at 0 minutes, no motion, 15 minutes, semi-slow motion, 30 minutes, normal motion, 45 minutes, super fast motion.
Any other time in between there, you can't access the stage.
It's funny because I mean, other than that last part, I think that is exactly how Nintendo would do it if TikTok Clock was added as a stage, because that's like perfectly doable to read the Switch's clock.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Maybe instead of minutes, it should be seconds, which would be even funnier because it would be even harder to get the right time that you want.
I think it should be seconds because it allows you to play the different ones like at any time that you want without having to wait for it, as long as you can get the timing down. And it also makes it feel a lot more random which one you get.
Oh yeah, Ozzy's right. The Animal Crossing stages do read the clock already to determine time of day.
So
and also if it's Friday. Or was it Saturday for KK Slider?
Saturday, I think.
Saturday.
KK Slider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saturday
at 8 p.m.
All right.
I'm up next then, and I've also started with a Mario stage up front, but it's not Bowser's Castle. I decided to go with Sparkle Theater from Super Princess Peach. This is going to wind up the Paper Mario fans. I've always thought the idea of a stage as a arena is really cool, like a play stage. I mean,
from Super Princess Peach.
So this is from
Showtime.
Princess Peach Showtime.
Peach Showtime. It's in both games.
Like, no. So in Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, you've obviously got the stage battle idea, and I've always thought that's really cool. Like you're fighting on a stage play, and people in the audience can interact and stuff like that.
Did you just say the wrong game at first?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, did I say Super Princess Peach?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, they just said the wrong one. It's fine.
Okay.
My bad. No, my bad. And then but I think Princess Peach Showtime being like, I know Paper Mario 1000 Years is about to come out, but Princess Peach Showtime is like the new relevant one, and I think with the different stage ideas, like the different plays that Peach should go into, I think the idea is a lot more interesting if we go the Princess Peach Showtime way. So I've put in as the icon the Sword Fighter Peach level, because I think that's what they would start on. But I think the set will change and cycle through not all 10 types of plays, but like Mighty Peach, the Kung Fu one, the ice skating one, and the Phantom Thief one. Or like...
Yo, I love Persona 5! You're just like me!
Cool different stage ideas and gimmicks that it can just cycle through. Similar to actually how the Paper Mario stage already does it in Super Smash Brothers. But like you could have the Theets running around in the background and like changing the sets as the transitions and bringing out the new ones and stuff like that. Like I think there's something really cool you could do with the aesthetics on this one. And I think, I'm curious to see how well Princess Peach Showtime has done. But I feel like they've been hyping it up so much, I feel like it will probably get something in the next Super Smash Brothers game. Like representation, even if it's just music. But a stage would be really cool.
I want you to know, I had the same idea for like a stage.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't do Sparkle Theater because I knew you were doing it and I didn't want to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be extra funny, I also didn't do Paper Mario.
Alright, Creeks, you're up.
Really? Okay, so everybody else is doing, iconic Mario locations. I thought for my first stage, I also want to do a very iconic, very beloved location from one of the most popular Mario games. It is unfortunately not Bowser's Castle, however.
Let's go.
It's not where's the icon? Who replaced it?
I did. Fuck you.
Send it to me.
Okay, hold on.
Send it to me.
Put the real icon.
I need it. Yes.
What is going on?
Why did you replace it?
Yeah, why did you replace it with that?
Because I've had that icon for like a year and I've been using it to harass them. That's the reason.
Don't want to fight on a giant skidder or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
There we go. As intended by the laws of nature. We're having a time with it, huh?
A lot of Super Mario 64 love already.
Okay, so people hate this level for some reason, and I do not know why. For some reason, I just had a fascination with Wet Dry World when I played all the way through Super Mario 64 for the first time. Yes, I never had completed it until relatively recently. It was, I believe, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And I did it in chat with the rest of the group. Wet Dry World, I think. So one thing that people love about Mario 64 is, and yes, this is not a joke. This is on the list, completely unironic. One thing people love about Super Mario 64 is the early 3D sort of liminal space aspect of having these environments that at times, especially in environments like Rainbow Ride and Wet Dry World, feel like this sort of like abstract surrealist landscape full of objects with, you know, colors that lead into a smooth gradient on a sphere, or just simple shapes with seemingly kind of random textures kind of slapped on top of them that are very realistic comparatively in a way that feels kind of off to have this very colorful, silly looking Mario model running around it. And Wet Dry World, I think for a lot of people, is specifically the epitome of that, especially with the way that it doesn't feel in any way like a real location. It feels so much like an aspect of like early 90s environment design and like mid 90s early CG like 3D environments, where you really have that liminal space effect with things like the really weird looking skybox and the low poly, completely uninhabited city underwater in like the bottom of the stage that is completely unexplained. And it's like, yeah, this is a really cool aesthetic. And if you leaned into it, if you like lean into the early 3D abstract nature of Wet Dry World as an environment, I think genuinely aesthetically it could be one of the most fun stages. And there's also a lot of fun hazard potential because you've got a Chakya, obviously. The water level rises and falls. You can do pretty much anything you want with the platform layout because there's so many different sorts of moving platforms in Wet Dry World itself for the top part of the stage, and then you could maybe have it crumble down like Castle Siege, go into the basement where the underwater city is.
Have it set in the basement the entire time, but it's always flooded.
It's yeah, no, I think I genuinely unironically think it would be a lot of fun. This is like probably one of the top 3 weirdest picks on the list.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was gonna
boy.
say I wasn't expecting Wet Dry World to show up.
Okay, okay, y'all. So I broke my iTunes player trying to pull up the funny Wet Dry World music. So give me a moment.
Or do you want to move on while you're sort of fixing that? Do you want to move on to?
No, I don't know if the iTunes is gonna show up on the wrong screen. It didn't. It didn't. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're back.
Let's move on then to
Well,
Snazzy.
I like that idea. The water level is determined by where the cursor is when you select it.
Okay.
Okay.
Need to make sure I'm on the
Right.
right. Good. There we go.
So, Bowser's Castle.
Snazzy.
Funny thing is, I told Huff, I'm like, I know someone else is gonna do Bowser Castle, so I want to do it as a retro stage. And I meant Super Mario Brothers 1, but he went straight to the Mario All Stars version of it, and I'm all like, okay.
Truth
Yeah.
be told, I did have the version from 1. It just looked bad as a slot because it was like just completely black and you couldn't. It was just so hard to tell what the fuck it was.
Yeah, because I feel like
You
every
like
now
that.
and then, Sakurai just does like a straight up retro level, and I feel like Bowser's Castle would lend itself well to that because you have, the I don't remember what you call them, but the fireball,
Potobos.
fireball. Yeah, you have Potobos. You have Bowser's actual flames. You have all sorts of stuff. It could be like a straight up like 8-bit style level where you have the lava underneath. You have all those NES style of obstacles to avoid in it, and it'll probably be a pretty good stage to play with hazards off. And with
Yeah.
hazards on.
You
It'll be
could
a-
also have it be based on 8-4 and be the worst goddamn level in the series.
Yes, you
Just
could.
plays
You could. I've
all
thought
of 8-4.
Yeah, it does that stupid maze thing where you have to go through
Yes.
the right parts,
It'll-
and if one person goes the wrong way, you don't get to the end.
If one person goes the wrong way, they die because it's going to be the follow-up to the brawl stage where
Yeah, Mushroomy
Mushroom
Kingdom.
Yeah, I'd rather not do that.
Yeah, Bowser's Maze Castle.
But yeah, like I do like the Super Mario All-Star version of the castle. That's why I didn't tell him to change it again. I do think it looks good. But the only, like, I don't know. I feel like Nintendo in particular, when they talk about Mario Brothers, they default to the first NES game so much for anything, you know?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah. But
Yeah. I get wanting to use the first one. But I think that is what you should do. It's just,
yeah.
it did not look good.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if Nintendo did it, they'd probably have maybe some like fake 3D depth sort of thing, so you can see the
Yeah.
black background from everything else.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, like the melee stages.
Yeah.
No, I want it based on the Atari port.
Oh my fucking god! All right.
Jesus.
So we don't have
Hey,
the patrons here with us. Are you prepared to speak for
Yes.
them?
Yeah, me and
All
Dan
right.
can handle these because we both know them.
All right.
Yes. So starting off with the first one, which is I've written it down in a different order. All right, never mind.
I can send you a
starting
screenshot.
okay, thanks. Starting off with Lake Lapcat, which is from Bowser's Fury, and this one was suggested to us by WB. And Lake Lapcat, just like, because there's loads of islands around, water everywhere. You could pull from one of those many different islands from Lake Lapcat to have as a stage. With potentially like because the different islands, different stuff. It's like a traveling stage. So you start on the original area where the lighthouse is. It's just the grassy land, and then similar to stages like Super Mario Sunshine, eventually the platform will pick up and glide you across the water to one of the other platforming challenge areas later on. Because there's like the big towers that go up the area, or the part with the volcano. And you could have cameos from the Cats or Toadette and Captain Toad. And then a hazard where a giant Fury Bowser shows up in the background and gets summoned in and does different effects onto the level. I don't know how you do that, I guess, if Bowser was already being played. But maybe they just won't worry about that and just have Bowser Fury show up anyway.
Dry Bowser Fury.
So yeah, that's basically just it's getting a 3D world level in there from the Switch era, and the different islands that are all focused around platforming just allow for a lot of fun little platform variety to fight on. So yeah, that's the first of the patron ones, Lake Lapcat. Also, thank you for the list. I think I literally just got the first two the wrong way around.
Okay.
But yeah, cool.
Yeah. So next, I had to make a quick edit to mine last time because some patron took my idea, so I had to change it to let them have it. So this next one was supposed to be my third Mario stage, but it's my second because fuck. Yeah, this is the other Mario area that is how the fuck is this not a stage? Rainbow Road.
Yeah.
Bringing
Oh,
it back,
Rainbow
but
Road
not the
was
7
a stage.
version.
Yeah.
Not the 7 version?
Yeah, not the 7 version. Fuck
Is
the
this
7.
the SNES version?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Interesting choice.
I chose the SNES version just because, like, I feel like you should, if you're doing Mario Kart, represent two eras. Because we have a stage based on 8, whatever the fuck figure 8 circuit is,
vaguely Mario Kart.
That
Generic
is from
Kart.
Mario Kart DS, but it is also not figure 8 circuit, so who cares?
Yeah.
I'm actually like really into the aesthetic that they made for the modern version of the SNES stages, which is a bunch of like monitors that change
Mhm.
color. It looks really good.
That's part of the reason why I went with it. I like 64s. I think 64 is also a good idea. But I opted for Rainbow Road SNES because I feel like it has, in my eyes, the easiest defined position for a layout, which would be the spot between the two thwomps at the end, and then with like a couple platforms.
You don't think they do a sort of moving stage like most of these racing?
I'd prefer if it
tend to
wasn't
be.
moving, just because I feel like most of the racing stages we have are moving, so I think having a stagnant one would be cool, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm also not super on either side, you know?
Yeah.
Basically, this is just kind of the threshold pick of, like, fucking put Rainbow Road here.
I think if you're gonna do Rainbow Road, the SNES one specifically, and you want to go for like you pull in some of the more modern stuff, I think in the modern games like in Tour and 8, they have it so that like when the thwomps whack down, it causes the whole stage to ripple.
Yep.
Like a water effect. I think doing something like that as a hazard as well would be quite cool.
The reason they didn't bring back Rainbow Road 7 from Smash 3DS is because it's an entire Mario Kart course, and they just like ported the model from Mario Kart 7.
Yeah, they literally just took it from 7. and put it
Updating
in.
an entire course would be a nightmare.
Yeah. Ironically, because it did get remade in the booster course packs, they could do that now. They could just take the booster course packs entirely.
got the same
Not
Deluxe
true.
or whatever.
Okay, so Mario Kart 8, despite the way it looks phenomenal, does not use PBR. It would still require a major overhaul.
Does the Mario Kart 7 use the same sort of models as Smash 3DS though?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, that's lame. It should not be the case, Bandai Namco. You worked on both of these games. Just be consistent, please.
It's
Was
just
that never confirmed that it was the redoing all the textures reason? Because I mean, that's also why we assume Mute City Melee is not in there.
oh
Yeah,
But
yes,
did we ever
they
get confirmation, or is that
no, they confirmed that they had to redo everything with physically based rendering.
okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean stuff like Orbital Assault and Mute City and Rainbow Road were all sort of left out because they were just like they were basically like entire huge massive areas that were just mostly imported from the games they came from.
Probably Icicle Mountain as well.
Work.
Although Icicle Mountain is also terrible, so there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also with Stage Morph, Icicle Mountain probably wouldn't work. There's a lot of reasons Icicle Mountain is not a stage and should never be a stage again.
Mario
Actually, that is a
Circuit,
good point. Mario Circuit, Mario Kart 8.
Mario Circuit, Mario Kart 8 did get redone with PBR, but like, I have a feeling that those textures existed before they were pre-baked into one texture. So they just probably had the base assets anyway.
I mean, if that's the case, it might be the case for Rainbow Road as
Yeah,
well.
we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. Alright, next stage.
Alright, so my second stage, I didn't want to do Bowser's Castle, but like, I was thinking to myself, I've got a quite peculiar taste in Mario games. I only like a handful of them more than just, yeah, this is a pretty good game. And one of those games is Super Mario 3D World. And I'm like, wait a minute, that game has the coolest Bowser area in the entire series. So we're going with World Bowser.
No.
World Bowser.
Yes.
You just
World
want
Bowser-
to tag team this one.
Yeah,
sure.
do
Reveal
it.
the next. Reveal
Make
the
my-
next one.
Reveal my one as well, then.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on.
I've done the exact same thing. World Bowser, exact same icon, which was funny because I made mine. So
I made mine first, and he had it first, so I guess he just used the same one.
we used to use the exact same image. Yes, World Bowser. World Bowser is the coolest Bowser stage that they've ever made in the main games, and so of course that's the one I would want to have in Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
And long-time Source Gaming readers will know that I already made a World Bowser stage, and it's on the website.
Yeah.
As a Dream Arena. So I was like, well, I'm definitely going to include it then.
Yeah. The only other Bowser like area that isn't just Bowser's Castle that really stands out to me is the one from Odyssey, but that encroaches on another stage that both of us definitely have later.
Absolutely. So World Bowser, I just think it looks like a cool area, this amusement park. You could have the Ferris wheel be a major part of the stage. There's the clouds that move along rails when Mario jumps on them. And then, of course, I think it would be the more interesting thing would be to have the light show going on in the background with the big Bowser head, even though that only really appears on the world map. If you play most of the levels, they're either inside the carnival section or they're like just big skyscrapers in the background, which I don't think are as interesting as just having the big light show. Because the world map of World Bowser is what makes the biggest impact. Like, that's still my favorite part of 3D World, when you first enter level 8 and see it and the music kicks in. And also just getting a music remix of the World Bowser theme for Super Smash Brothers would be incredible.
Yeah, that's basically covers everything that I wanted to say too, so, that works out. All right, Creeks.
All right, we're continuing with the Bowser sweep.
What?
What? Why is it there?
Huff?
Why is it there?
Huff?
What?
Huff, why is it there?
Why is it there?
Well, go on.
Okay.
So tell us about your
it.
Square Enix Mario stage.
Yeah, here we go. So here's I was gonna say Bowser sweep. I guess not really, because this is Bowser's castle after Bowser has been forcibly evicted from it by the landlord. So that's Exor in the background. Occasionally he will force you to pay rent. No, so I figured, if I'm gonna do a stage for Mario RPG, it's not gonna be the Forest Mate. It's gonna be Star Hill or Bowser's Keep, and Bowser's Keep is a very iconic location of Mario RPG, and it also gives us a Bowser's Castle stage, so it's, two birds knocked out, one stone.
We call that a twofer.
True. I think the platform layout would be fairly obvious, just looking at the way that it's depicted normally in the games. You'd fight on top of the towers of the castle, have a big platform in the center, two platforms off to the side, maybe like Dracula's castle, and then you have the two towers next to Exor. You could make them extend into the foreground to have them serve as overhead platforms that you can, jump onto for the stage layout itself. And then you have Exor in the background. You could have him be the stage hazards, have him do things like Aurora Flash or, Dark Star, some of the other spells that he has access to. He has a very, very large catalog of enemy skills, actually, in the original Mario RPG. So, like, you could have him occasionally, like, cast various spells or abilities onto the stage to make it so that you have to avoid certain areas on the stage itself. Maybe certain ones, like obviously Dark Star would kind of fall down in the center, so maybe that would happen if you attack his head a bit too much. He gets a little uppity about it. But no, I just thought it would be it's a very interesting and kind of neat alternative to doing a standard Bowser's Castle that represents a very specific, iconic Bowser's Castle rendition from a specific game. That is also now, thanks to the remake, very relevant around the time that a new Smash game is probably in early pre-production. So
Okay.
I was
So
thinking-
real quick, I have accidentally clicked on the slot in between these two. Creeks, are you ready to explain that one also?
am I ready to explain that one also? Because what is it?
I don't know.
Could you not just like hide it again?
I mean, I could, but then they'll see it. They'll see it.
Why would they see
I
it?
mean,
We can't
Because
see it.
Once I let go of my mouse, I've been holding it for 3 minutes.
Just-
Oh.
Just do it.
All right,
Just do
let's
it.
go.
It's
Let's
fine.
go and see what it is. Okay.
Hey, Rainbow Road.
Well, never mind.
Yeah,
we
let's
don't
go
need to
ahead-
explain
honestly,
that.
Let's just go ahead and swap those around a little bit.
Honestly, no. I know why you did this now, Puff. It's because Rainbow Road already happened. Don't do that again.
Rude.
I'm gonna be honest. I just like they gave the slots to me in a folder, right? And when I drag and dropped all of them in, they didn't go in the right order apparently. And I pulled up your thing, Creeks. That looks like it's the only one that's wrong.
Funny. Yeah, so I also decided, hey, you know what's kind of like embarrassing that it is not a stage in Smash Ultimate? We have no version of Rainbow Road. I chose the Rainbow Road 64 variant just because I think it looks very nice. It's a very iconic version of Rainbow Road. It's been parodied in several other pieces of media. You know, with a star and the specific layout of the stage. I really like the version of it in 8 Deluxe. I think it's very visually pretty. You can base a very interesting version of the stage off of that. And not much to say. It's Rainbow Road.
Yeah, got it. All right, Snazzy, you're up next.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Sparkle Theater. All the stuff.
You
from
also
Tetris.
did it.
it's a stage that can be many other stages. Oh man, the curtains can close and open. It's a different stage. Wow. Okay, next.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next is whoa.
Yeah, this is the stage that was mine that the patrons
Yes.
took. As you can tell, because I put time into designing an actual stage for it.
So the Flower Kingdom was submitted by Triss as one of their ideas. Essentially, it's a Wonder version of Mushroom Kingdom U, changing between the different environments of Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Starting in Pipe Rock Plateau, it can then go to Fluff Puff Peak, Sunbaked Desert, Fungi Mines. You know, the layouts might be kind of similar, but it will just go through the 4 of the unique aesthetics, similar to Mushroom Kingdom U. But instead of having Kamek flying in or Nabbit as a stage hazard, it would be the Wonder Flower. So, like, the Wonder Flower will show up at random points in the match. And when you hit it, it will cause whatever variant of your stage that on to go into, like, its Wonder form, basically, and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Like the pipes moving around, the singing piranha plants, etc. That's basically the general idea of it. You might get some cameos as well from characters like Prince Florian, Nabbit, and the Toads. But this feels like a very likely stage for the next Super Smash Bros. They always like having the main Mario platforming game get a level, and this one just fits the same stage design as the usual 2D Marios. So yeah. Tough.
Yeah, so like I said, that one was originally mine, so I had to scramble. So, I was originally designing a pipe maze stage, and then I realized I didn't care enough. And I remembered I had an idea for a Big Brain Academy stage that was just like a Mario Party IQ game where it just has questions going on in the background, and if you're on the wrong platform, fuck you, die. So I just got very lazy. If you can't tell by my voice, I am a little sick. I just got lazy and said, "Hey, I was working on Pipe Maze. Fuck it. I don't have the energy to do Big Brain Academy. Let's just merge it. It's MPIQ now."
It's Mario Party IQ. Interesting. Interesting. Making that Four Guys level.
Yeah, basically it's that. Very stupid, but
Weezer
very funny.
stage.
Okay, so
Okay.
I was strapped for ideas for stages because I'm gonna be honest, I play on Final Destination. Anyway, so I was struggling. I asked people to send me ideas. Somebody sent me a screenshot of this video game, and I went, all right, okay. So we got the Dr. Mario stage. Doctor's orders. You play on a Dr. Mario stage. Pills fall. If a pill falls on top of you, it's an instant death. That's fun.
Maybe not the instant death thing, but
Oh,
I think the idea
definitely.
of it
No,
Mario-
definitely. That's awesome. That's
No,
the best
instant
part.
death if it's the same color as you. Because
Gotta
you know how you have like the
delete
first
it.
3 slots, yeah. Red, yellow.
If
Basically, if you're playing
you're
as
not
green, you're at an advantage.
if you're not red, yellow, or blue, you die no matter what.
I
Just
want it
introduce
to be.
Tales
I
from
want it to be known this is
Fine.
consistent, completely consistent logic because multiple times Sleek has said, "No, I'm not doing a Tetris stage like the rest of y'all because it would have to be that if the Tetronymos fall on you, then it instantly kills you."
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funnier because this is Dr. Mario,
It's
and my
way
doc.
funnier.
It's meant
My
to be
doc's
healing
nasty.
you.
So I was thinking with a Tetra stage or any stage that has that, what you do is you completely wall it off. So the only way that you get KOs are vertically or by the squares
Crush.
falling. So it basically it basically becomes like another game mode, which I think is a fun idea for a stage. Anyways.
All right, my next one. This is one that I really wanted for Ultimate, but didn't get it because of the stage limitations. It is. Press the button. Homecoming hijinks from Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze.
Yeah.
So, like, Donkey Kong always gets jungle levels in every Super Smash Brothers, and it's starting to get a bit boring. I want some variation from Donkey Kong Country, and Tropical Freeze provided the perfect excuse by turning the stereotypical jungle levels into ice levels. So, like, this felt like the perfect Donkey Kong stage for Ultimate to have. Just a new ice variant on the typical Donkey Kong formula. And then it didn't happen because Ultimate prioritized bringing back old stages rather than making brand new ones. So, I was like, I'm going to make sure I include it here because this is, even now in the next Super Smash Bros. Game, because we haven't had another Donkey Kong since Tropical Freeze, this is still the one I want to see happen. I still want Homecoming hijinks to pop up. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward, I think.
I wish it was
Alright,
faster
so-
to get to Creeks.
Yeah, well, we already did Creeks as third, so should we just skip?
Oh, so true.
True, so true.
No, stop talking, Creeks. Move on.
No.
Fuck you,
Alright.
Creeks.
Snazzy, your turn.
All right, so I'm like Mario RPG. I'm like Forest Maze. I don't know. I don't know about Forest Maze. Everybody likes Forest Maze. I had Tadpole Pond on here for a minute. I decided to go with Weapon World, which is Smithy's kind of whole universe and game area.
Final level.
The final level. Because if you haven't seen it by now, Scrubs, get good. So there shouldn't be any spoilers. Number one. Number two, I feel like Smash doesn't have enough conveyor belts.
True.
Really like conveyor belts as a mechanic. In Brawl, I used to make stage builder stages with them all the time. So any excuse for a conveyor belt, I will gladly take. Also, like it is an iconic area in the world. The problem with Mario RPG is that it's such a realized world, fully realized world that like you'd be like, oh, like you could do anything. Like for a while I was considering, I don't know, Monstro Town. You can have Culex pop up, whatever. There's a lot you could do there. But I just think it's a well-known area in the world. I think you could have kind of cameos from a lot of the different bosses in the background getting spray painted. Maybe some of them pop out. So yeah, just Open World Mario RPG.
Yeah, maybe Smithy can show up as a background hazard and like slam his hammer
Exactly.
down.
Yes.
Yeah.
would be cool.
Cool. All right, the next one on the Patreon list. This is one that I actually really liked. It's another Mario stage. It is Last Resort Hotel from Luigi's Mansion 3. Like, basically, it'd be a traveling stage that rises upwards through the hotel floors. So you'd start in the lobby, which is like a hazardless walk-off stage, then scroll up to Castle McFright's, which features platforms suspended over a bed of spikes, rotating bridges, etc. And then you go up to the garden suite, where there's overgrown terrain that can slow you down, and a staircase on there that can be destroyed by the plants growing in the background. And then you go up to the roof where King Boo is, and it's a mostly flat area, but King Boo will like serve as kind of like a boss or a stage hazard, and will attack you using his various abilities from the final fight of that game. And then it goes back down to the lobby. And this cycle sort of happens like every 2 minutes or so, like at a standard stage, kind of a standard battle time. The thing I really liked about this idea though is it's kind of like, I can imagine the platform that rises you through the floors being like an elevator, like a hotel elevator. So you can even have like a ghost bellhop. So when it's time for the stage to transition, the ghost pulls the lever and it comes up on both sides, like the gates for the elevator, and then it rises up. And if you're trapped on the wrong side of the gates, then you die. I just think it's a really cool idea for an aesthetic being a hotel, and Luigi's Mansion 3 was such like a really good looking game that I kind of really want to see it in the next Super Smash Brothers now. So yeah, the Last Resort Hotel.
Okay,
yep.
okay. I gotta make sure. I always have to remember to make sure to unmute myself on the stream whenever I mute myself, because there was one time where I was talking for 3 minutes. Anyway, here's your stage, Huff. Minecart Carnage.
Hey, fun fact. There are, like, statistically about as many minecart stages in Donkey Kong as there are jungle levels. We should have a minecart stage. I envision it like a kind of like Big Blue, where it's like just a main platform going through a level, but I envision it as like stopping at like 3 different stations, and basically those stations like add platforms. That's it. Pretty simple.
A minecart stage would make a ton of sense for Donkey Kong. I'm actually surprised they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it's really cool. They should do it. We're gonna get another fucking jungle. All right, next.
All right.
Okay, so I am a former very big Legend of Zelda fan, and I was thinking, which of my favorite Zelda games don't have a stage in Smash? And you know, it's got all of the 3D ones covered. However, one of the best Zelda games is only represented through music and spirits, if you really want to count that. Fucking everything is represented through spirits. So Huff put forward this idea to me, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do Tal Tal Heights from Link's Awakening. You can even see it right here. This area, to the left of it, is the really iconic section, which they even just made artwork of for the new remake, where you save Marin from being stuck on a collapsing bridge. And so that would be kind of where the stage is, like the Pilot Wing stage, but a little less caustic, because it won't be as obscenely long.
So it's a traveling stage then?
No.
Oh, so
the Pilot Wings, specifically the bridge section.
Oh, right.
From Woohoo Island?
Not Pilot, it's Woohoo, that's
like,
Woohoo
that's not
Island
the Pilot Wing
stage,
stage,
that's not
that's
Pilot Wing.
I always get so confused,
Just Wii Sports
because
stage.
both of them are on Woohoo Island. Anyway, from Woohoo Island, the bridge, something like that, but not as wide. Also, You shouldn't forget the Link's Awakening remake came out. It is a banger. You should get it. It's great.
I considered doing Link's Awakening as well on mine, but I decided not to go for it. But the remake gave a good excuse for Telltale Heights.
All right, Nanten.
But yeah, so
Where you got?
Instead, what I did do for a Zelda-themed level is I went with the obvious Tears of the Kingdom stage, the Hyrule Upheaval. I wasn't quite sure what to call this. Originally, I just had it as Hyrule, but I wanted to represent all 3 layers of the Zelda's map in Tears of the Kingdom. And so I was picturing something like Castle Siege for the Fire Emblem level. So you start off in the sky, and it's like made up of sky islands or whatever, and then the platform you're on just falls down through the sky into Hyrule, and like lands like stamp in the middle of Hyrule Field. And now you've got like more of a flat stage with walk-offs and stuff like that. And then when you're fighting a bit on that, eventually the ground will sort of open up with gloom, and then you'll proceed to fall even further. The platform you're on, the Sky Island part of it, will break, and you'll proceed to fall further down into the depths. And then you land in an area with all the depths trees, and there's a light on in the back. Like, it starts off really dark, and then a light shines on from one of the roots in the back. And then eventually it just basically warps you back up to the sky. You could either do that by doing... the visuals for that could be like the time reverse that Link can do to make platforms rise back up. So like the platform that you were on that broke just forms and then lifts you all the way back up to the sky to start the thing again. I thought this was a really neat way of just having all of Hyrule, all 3 elements of the map represented in ways. And then the hazard, any hazards, cameos and hazards can sort of be based on what would be relevant for that specific area. I feel like the depths and the sky might have more hazards than Hyrule itself. But yeah, that was my idea for a Tears of the Kingdom stage. Cool, Creeks. Now you're up again.
I am. I'm realizing we can do this much better. Can we just go to the patrons? It'll be faster.
We can do it
if we go in that order. Yeah, it'll be so much faster for me to get there.
Okay.
Unless that means Nan would go from talking about their stages to the patrons, which works.
Yes. So this was done by Bear. It's Peach's birthday cake from Mario Party. Pretty straightforward level, to be honest. It's basically just a birthday cake that you fight on. With potentially that little one on the side. You can have hazards like the piranha plants, the strawberries popping out from the ground and attacking players who get nearby. And yeah, other than that, it's a fairly straightforward level. I suppose the bridge between the 2 different cakes, the main cake and the side cake that Bowser cameos on, you could break that potentially, which creates another hole you can fall down. And then you've just got like cool Mario Party music playing. A fairly straightforward level, but a pretty unique aesthetic that's not in Super Smash Bros. Yet, a sort of food-based level.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
cool,
no, I thought there was one, but I can't think of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, chat. This is not a lightning round. I'm just switching it from being a Z shape to just going clockwise because the scrolling will be much better and it'll take less time. All right, Snazzy. We've lost him. You're muted.
You muted.
Oh man, nobody heard my Super Mario mukbang joke. Anyways, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mario.
All right.
Oh.
It was because of the cake. Yeah, Gangplank Galleon. So we already have a couple pirate ship themed stages, including pirate ship, but that one has a smaller boat that moves around. Super Mario RPG has a little bit of a ship section. But we don't have. I think this Gangplank Galleon could be kind of a bigger stage that is always a pirate ship.
Yeah.
Which I think we don't have. Plus, it's one of those things like with K. Rool in the game. Like, give him a stage, man. Have a Donkey Kong Country. I think a lot of the villains, like we start with Bowser, but a lot of the villains in general just don't have a stage, because they don't give them those sort of stages. But
Yeah,
I
they
think
don't
it
get
could be
that
cool.
priority.
I think it could be cool. I think you could have little Kremlin background cameos. You could have cannonballs. But mostly, I just want another Donkey Kong stage that is not a jungle. Um,
Seems to be the consensus among the group.
and I want K. Rool to have a stage. So that's it.
Mhm.
That's my pitch.
All right, cool. Greeks.
See if there's another Mario. I genuinely don't remember. I'm not looking at my lineup.
Donkey Kong
Shit,
though.
Mario. Yeah. So I was difficult choice between Crazy Crimland, which is a non-jungle stage, an amusement park stage, a minecart stage, a traveling stage, and a bramble stage all in one. But I felt like it would either be too distracting. It would be a traveling stage, which I wanted to kind of lower my numbers of because I'm going to have a few more of those later on. It would transition between the themes a bit too quickly, or it would just be a bit too large if they try to do it all in one. So I settled on specifically just doing the Bramble section, and I wanted to do Bramble Blast, the first one instead, because we also don't have really any DK stages outside of Congo Jungle 64, which really take advantage of the launch barrels as a gimmick, which I think is a lot of fun. I guess there was Jungle Hijinks, but Jungle Hijinks is gone. And it's really
Congo
odd
Falls
to me that
also have barrels.
True, also gone.
No, it's not.
Well,
No,
no,
it's
yeah, that's the wrong one. I was thinking of Rumble Falls. We have 2 falls stages, and both of them are also jungle stages. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but the idea that I had settled on was like, hey, it's kind of crazy to me that we still don't have a Bramble stage. It's such an iconic set piece for the Donkey Kong Country series. That one Bramble themed section in Rumble Falls was already back on the Wii. It was such a pretty and cool part of that traveling upward stage. We've already got the track in here. It's all right, come on, let's do it. Obvious hazards, plenty of options for the platform layouts with the planks over the brambles. You can do a lot with the barrels as stage hazards. Yeah, no, do it. I think it would look sick. It would be sick. Not much more to say.
Music out of it. That's all you need.
Okay. We're going back to Huff.
Yeah, Zelda is a series that has a lot of stages, but there's one stage area that is pretty consistent throughout the series and has not been playable and actually offers something unique, because I don't think that we've had a level just be a fucking tree. It's the Great Deku Tree. You could have it transition from being inside him and on top of him. I just used the one from Tears of the Kingdom because it was cropped and I didn't fucking want to crop it.
Well, I mean, there's a big difference here, because the inside of this Great Deku Tree is not that interesting compared to the inside of the Ocarina Great Deku
Yeah.
Tree.
Basically, it's just here to represent, hey, it's kind of weird that we don't have a stage that's just a tree. We don't, right?
No, we don't. I think the closest you can think of is the electroplankton level, I guess. Which
Yeah.
Would you mean woods? Sort
It's
of.
weird. It's weird because we have several trees, We have several stages where a tree is the theme of the level, like the Super Happy Tree or Yggdrasil's Altar, but it's always in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think they're saving that for the inevitable effects Xanadu stage. So.
Oh shit, you're right.
Okay.
All right, Slink.
So I said previously that I'm a former Zelda fan. This means that I scoured the series before 2017 to find a new stage. And I ultimately landed on Ocarina of Time because it's that pivotal game. It is also my favorite. And I realized with the way Ultimate handled it that it would artistically be based on Ocarina of Time 3D. So I approached it based on what actually looked really cool in Ocarina of Time 3D, to the point where I would set a stage on it and be like, yeah, this is awesome. And there's one section in Ocarina of Time 3D that really got enhanced by the altered visuals and art style in a way no other section in the game did, and that's the ferry to the other world in the Shadow Temple. The flying spirits passing you by as you're essentially descending to hell. It's so cool. And the boat, what they did with the boat, it's awesome. Just being led by the Reaper into hell. Perfect. No notes.
Would the Stalfos appear? Like,
they could be
as
stage
hazards?
hazards. It'd be pretty funny. They'd be like the Flying Man, except you can't befriend them. So, obviously, like most Smash stages of this variety, there'd be like non-existent floating platforms that weren't there in the original. And eventually, of course, it would get to the end. And instead of, completely descending into the abyss, what I would like them to do is, like the Ice Climber stage Summit, you go down with the ship. It just keeps going into this ethereal abyss until the time runs out or somebody runs out of stocks.
I feel like it should just go down and land back in the water. This is like this never-ending loop.
No,
That
it,
could
it
work
should just
too.
go down, and then the
Constantly
stage,
descending.
and then everybody dies, and then there's just no stage, and the game's over.
Oh, so true.
You have more stocks? Cool. You just respawn, and whoever runs out first loses.
But yeah, like an ethereal loop type would be pretty cool. And also, if you're wondering about the name, I scoured because I didn't want to just call it the Shadow Temple, and I found out that this boat literally says it is the ferry to the other world. So it's awesome. It's based. It is great name, and I'm done. I'm done here.
Okay. All right, and I'm up next.
And my hotkeys are not working. Oh, that's the Alt button. That's why.
All right. Next up, I'm going to be doing the first Metroid stage. We're out of the main stuff.
Let's see.
This one is Ferrania. If you want to click on it. Yeah, Ferrania from Metroid Dread. I was a bit like back and forth on whether I wanted a Metroid Dread level. It's kind of like I didn't have many interesting ideas, but it feels like this is obviously where they're going to pull a Metroid stage from. And I ended up going with Ferrania because the Kozo play a big part of Metroid Dread, and it's obviously like a huge Kozo temple living quarters type thing. It has kind of a cool aesthetic that's not in Smash. It's big on the Kozo side of the Metroid series. So I thought you could you could probably just pull from some areas, whether or not it's inside with the Kozo statues in the back, like that sort of boss arena where you fight their warriors, or what I picked for the icon, which is outside as you're entering the arena from the outside, and you've got all the statues lined up that way. Because if you do that one, then you can have a drop off on the left hand side of the stage, and then the right hand side is a walk off, with potentially the trolley that Samus takes over coming in from the left-hand side and acting as some sort of hazard. I don't really have a lot layout-wise. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I just thought Ferrania looked cool, and it looks different from other Metroid levels, which is also a big part of it. So, yeah. That's my idea for that. And then for the next patron request, we're back on Donkey Kong with Grassland Groove, which I think is the other big DKC Tropical Freeze area that everyone remembers because of its really cool aesthetics and music and the way the animals sort of dance back and forth. So funny you're talking about big trees, because that's what the main stage of this would be. It would take place on the big tree. with its branches and leaf beds as the platforms, and then the branches would move and dance to the music, and the other platforms would move in time with the tune as well. I think it would be kind of interesting if it could dance to the actual beat of whatever song is playing. Like, so like if a song comes up that's got a much faster tune, then it will dance a lot quicker. Like the platforms will move a lot faster, and slower ones it will have much more graceful movements going on. And then of course the animals that they'll appear in the background. Or maybe even up on the sides and could be war jumped off of. That'd be kind of interesting. But yeah, this is I think is the other tropical freeze level alongside the frozen one that would work for Super Smash Brothers. Yeah, that's mine. Oh, that's the patrons even. Oh, and sorry, this one was I forgot to say this. This patron idea was submitted by Jamester. Jamester445. I gotta remember to say that every time.
Yo, that's a cool guy. Okay. Next up, we've got... Yo, that's actually pretty sick. Snazzy.
Yeah, I wanted to do a Zelda stage, and I'm all like, Tears of the Kingdom. And then I said, you know what? No. The 2D Zelda games don't get nearly enough representation, the top-down isometric ones, I should say. In Smash Bros, we don't have a stage for any of them.
No,
originally I was thinking...
we do have one.
Which one?
Spirit Tracks.
Oh my god, I forgot that stage existed. I thought you were gonna, and I know Temple is technically based on Zelda 2, but Zelda 2 is also not traditional Zelda.
Yeah,
No.
Temple
yeah,
is also one of those stages that's like it's mostly based on a theme.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not really
the
a
feel.
game.
It's the feel of Zelda 2, not the.
Yeah, it's like
Not like an
Mushroom
actual
Kingdom from 64, where it's like, yeah, this is like kind of
Mario?
based on this, I guess. It's just kind of Mario, though.
Yeah. So the Pyramid of Power is so. Like I said, originally I was thinking Link's Awakening, but I don't know. Link to the Past is. I think Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time are the two games where everything kind of comes from. And I'm a big fan, so I was thinking of locations, and there's just something about the Pyramid of Power, about when you really start have full control of the Dark World. It is also the end game location, so there's the possibility of because the way I envision it is that you're on the summit of the pyramid, right? And there's some invisible platforms, whatever. There's some actual negative space to fall because it's probably only like the first layer or the first two parts of it, not like the entire pyramid, right? And maybe you could even slide off the sides, so there's no, at least in the regular version, there's no actual places to even hold on to. There's no edges because it's a pyramid. There's no actual edges on it, which would be weird. And you go to a different level. Maybe the super bomb shows up at some point, and you actually get plunged into the pyramid to have a different location to fight in, which is where the final fight with Ganon would take place.
Oh yeah,
This would also
and Ganon attacks you, thus deconfirming him as
as a fighter.
He's well, I mean, I don't think they're ever gonna. He was in my most wanted newcomers, but I don't think they'll ever do just like big Ganon as a character. So that's a way to get him in. But you could also just be on top of the pyramid, and technically, it would also be a villain stage for Ganondorf. I know Ganondorf and Ganon are different, but
we really are going for villain stages.
Ganondorf currently uses Gerudo Valley, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I think he does. Yeah.
Or is that Sheik?
But that
Maybe they both have it.
I think they both use it.
Yeah, Gerudo Valley, obviously, because Ganondorf's a Gerudo, makes sense for him, but it also doesn't feel like his home stage.
It's not
You know what I mean?
imposing and
Yeah.
this larger than life thing, but Pyramid of Power definitely fulfills that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has a cool aesthetic too. Just like I said, you have all the kind of Twilighty Dark World background stuff, and it's this big imposing thing.
Big golden pyramid.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Creeks.
So,
Okay.
are we going?
Yes.
Okay, just reveal it. Okay, so I almost did Homecoming hijinks for the Tropical Freeze stage. I am very glad that I didn't because Nan did it as well. I decided on something. I was like, all right, so the main theme of Tropical Freeze is that you have these tropical jungle environments being encroached on by these, animal Vikings that are causing ice to kind of creep up through everything. And I think my favorite environmental storytelling in both that regard and just in general, and I think any platformer world is World 5, where you get to see this like juice processing factory that turns it into like gelatin and fruit juice and popsicles and whatever, and you see like the process as the stages go on. Punch Bowl is the boss arena of that world. It takes place on a floating ice platform in a lake of fruit juice. So immediately, like, perfect kind of arena design for a Smash stage in general. It very, very slowly kind of rotates around, and you can kind of see in the background the jungle kind of being frozen, and you can see like the snowmads in the background cheering you on as you fight. So the idea would be, like in the boss fight, Bashmaster the Unbreakable is present. He is there, and he will occasionally step into the foreground and kind of kick forward these pillars that fall from the sky that are blocks of ice that will push you forward to the edge of the stage, and you have to jump over them. Or you could also introduce, you could have blocks of like the gelatin from one of the earlier stages appear on the stage, and you could like jump on them to bounce really high. They act sort of like a trampoline. I think that the visuals of Punch Bowl are really, really fun, with like the off-white blue of the ice contrasted with like the brown and green of the lush jungle in the background, and then you have the strong purple colors of all the fruit around. I think it translates well as a stage, very visually appealing, and gives us a Donkey Kong stage that is still within the jungle theme, so it's very distinctly Donkey Kong, but it is so very different in its jungle theming from everything else that we have so far.
Yeah, sounds good. Right.
Okay.
Huff.
Yeah.
Okay, what is your next stage?
Okay, for Metroid, we're kind of in a rut of, hey, fucking lava for some reason. So, I didn't do that. I chose a funny little cave.
No. Artaria. Is that the
Yeah,
first part of Metroid Dread?
Yeah, me being the guy that compiled all this, I kind of know everybody else's slots, and I didn't want to like take their thunder. So I thought Ferenia was a cool idea. I think Artaria is also pretty good at representing the Dread as a game, being the starting intro area in the first place you encounter Ravenbeak and get defeated. It also just feels more tailor-made for a Smash stage in terms of representing Metroid, because Metroid, you're more in like abandoned areas, such as like Artaria, which I think represents it better than Ferenia would, even though I think Ferenia is a cooler idea. And yeah, that's kind of it. Just
Can it truly be a Metroid stage without lava rising up?
Yes.
No, it can't.
Okay.
I've played every Metroid game. Every single area has lava.
Yes.
Okay.
The ice stage has lava.
For my Metroid stage, I didn't want to do a Dread stage because part of the enjoyment of Smash stages for me is seeing these areas from older games that were only represented through abstract, like low polygon or pixel art, reimagined in this grandiose, high quality, modern form. And so I picked the game that has literally never gotten that, Metroid Fusion.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the wrong area. Luckily, it was not on screen. Okay, so there's BSL Station. Yes, the L doesn't have a period after it. I know. I don't know why they did it. But yeah, so my general idea for this is just going through the BSL research station. I think it would be really cool if instead of a travel stage, it was a stage with a similar kind of level layout, maybe a few changes each, that instead picks a random aesthetic from one of the sectors in Metroid Fusion. So you could have Sector 5 Arc, you could have the Nock sector for Nocturnal. If you haven't played Fusion, it's just like nighttime. And so on, so on. Also the space station itself, because surprisingly Metroid doesn't have a stage in the space station, right?
No, not that I can. No, I have Frigate Orpheon, I guess.
Ew. That not only, yeah, Frigate Orpheon. I was about to say it's.
Oh,
the Metroid
Frigate.
Prime stage.
Yeah. That's the only one I could think. That's the only one I think.
That is a very different thing, though, because the main focus of that is the queen in the background.
Yeah, it's a boss arena.
Yeah, same with what was technically, what was the? It was a lava stage, but the Ridley stage that was in Smash 4.
Pyrosphere.
Pyrosphere, sorry.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about is this kind of pristine, well taken care of, only recently abandoned.
Yeah.
Aesthetic, like that kind of futuristic sci-fi. It would be really cool to see all of the like nice Easter eggs they could hide in the background and all that. But yeah, BSL Station, that's mine.
Cool.
Oh yeah, and the SAX could come out and one hit kill you.
Hooray. Okay, my next, because I'm ahead now, I'm on Kirby. And of course, similar to all the others, got to do a modern stage from the modern game, so let's go for a Lival Mall. I think the abandoned city aesthetic and the shopping mall are like pretty iconic areas from Kirby. So this felt like a natural pick. I picked this area in the for the icon just because it kind of has something akin to a level layout, but they'd probably just make a customized area. Plus, I wanted to see the city in the background, so I didn't really want somewhere inside the mall. But yeah, the whole idea is that it's just showing off the Forgotten Land. Maybe you'll have the big gorilla could make a cameo as a stage hazard if they want to go that way. But just fighting in an abandoned mall I thought was a cool idea visually. And it gets Forgotten Land in there, which is like the best modern Kirby game. So that was just my idea for that. I don't really have anything else to say.
Okay, let's move on to the patrons then.
Yes, and the patron one, we're now on to Zelda with them. And this is one that you might like, Slink. It's Hyrule Castle Town from Ocarina of Time.
Yo!
So, the idea for this stage is kind of inspired by Spiral Mountain from that's already in Super Smash Brothers. So, there's a platform that's like above the fountain in Hyrule Castle Town. Like a floating platform sort of fits the vibes, made of cobblestone. And then as players fight on it, it sort of turns around, similar to Spiral Mountain, and you can see more stuff, the bustling Hyrule Castle Town market going on, with seeing like cameos from like Malon and Talon, or the Happy Mask salesman. Gibora could occasionally fly down and perch on a Sheikah stone outside when the Temple of Time comes into view. And there'd be a bit of walk-offs going on as well. And then eventually, partway through, it will transition to the future variant where the floating platform will fall down to the ground because the fountain is destroyed, and all the people in the background will be replaced with the Redeads.
Yo, I just want them to just stand in the background, scream,
Yeah.
to just unnerve every single player on this stage to the point where it gets banned from turns.
Well, yeah, this was done by Patreon Trambram, and to be fair, they said that they don't like Redeads, so they only wanted them as a stage cameo and to not actually interfere.
Damn.
They just hang around in the background.
Yeah,
and
but
scream.
like,
maybe the Poe Hunter will show up.
They would
as
at
well.
least like moan though, because like
Yeah,
that's just like
they
a
would moan.
constant. That's a constant when you're in that area. They
Yeah,
just
and
don't
then the
stop.
The music remix for this would obviously have the usual Hyrule Castle one, and then when it transitions to the future, it changes into the basically dead, nothing but moans and ambient sound that the future one has. And then eventually we'll get a flash of the future changing, the aesthetic being like the Master Sword when it gets pulled and put back in, and you'd return
this-
back to the modern Hyrule Castle town.
It would be like, so like there's a pillar of light coming out of the sword pedestal, so it'd be like expanding and then wash out the screen, and then it would change.
You could even say it comes like the light originates from the Temple of Time,
Now,
like it shines out of there and covers everything.
I would say one stipulation: when it's in the ruined Hyrule Castle town, there's no music; it stops.
That would be pretty good. Just every song stops, no matter what song is playing.
No matter what song. Okay. Snazzy.
Hey guys, so this is very clearly well, let's see. I want to make sure that that's the reveal. There it is. Okay, so this is very clearly the actual Metroid Dread stage that would make it, because the one thing that everybody thinks about with Metroid Dread, the first thing that comes to mind are the Emmys, and number two, this is the version of what Shadow Link was saying that would actually happen, in that it's a pristine, recently abandoned sci-fi space station with a one-hit KO hazard that wanders around. Like, that's it.
I mean,
this is the Metroid.
I meant a pristine, non-threatening sci-fi station.
Well, I think
I just played Metroid Fusion in January. You are not convincing me that that station is non-threatening.
The intro area isn't.
Well, I think this stage, for the most part, wouldn't be that that terrifying. It's just that, you would have those times where the Emmy starts patrolling and things get dark and people get knocked the heck off the stage.
Yeah, one hit KO. One hit KO.
It grabs and then takes out.
Yeah, maybe
Nabbit can kill people in one hit, so
yeah, but you know what? It'd probably be like Nabbit in that you could probably mash out of it, but the higher your percentages, the more likely you are to get killed by it.
No, you have to hit that 1 frame window.
That frame perfect. Yeah.
I thought about you doing Emmy Zone as well, because it does feel like the most iconic place from Metroid Dread. I just couldn't think of I thought it was a bit boring visually, to be honest, and I just couldn't really think of how I wanted the stage to work. Then again, I didn't really think of the stage layout for Ferenia either, so...
Yeah, but I think one of the things, too, about Emmy Zone is that you can set it up. You can set up the platforms almost any way you want. You might want to do it a little more corridor-like, but as long as the Emmy has an area, and I feel like they would actually come out from, the background. It's not like they have to, or from a very specific area. You don't need to, design it with that in mind. Then it could be any layout. So you could have a really good layout that when you turn hazards off, hey, this is actually a good stage. And when you have hazards on, it's it's a good stage with an annoying hazard, which I think is the perfect balance of Smash stage.
All right, Creeks.
Let's see if I've got anything this time, because there's 2 stages that I'm going to have to knock out later, because we've talked about them. Okay, I do. So here's my Zelda stage choice. Ganon's Tassel. I went... Tassel? Ganon's Tassel. I went back and forth. I was about to say I went back and forth between Ganon's Tower from Wind Waker, specifically the top of the tower, with the water jets spouting out of the ground and all of the water falling around the edges of it, and Ganon's Castle from Ocarina of Time. So we've compared a lot of stages to Castle Siege in terms of transitions. Here is actual Castle Siege. You would fight on top of the battlements of the castle itself. Maybe, right, you can see it on the icon, right on that little side right there. And I would probably make it a little bit similar to the Smash 64 remix version, where you can kind of see pillars on the side that represent the glowing colors of the beams of light on the inside, coming from the sages. Because I would have it be that whenever they start glowing a specific color, it represents that you are about to fall down into a different subsection of the castle, which each have their own little stage hazard effects. Like in the forest one, like in the game, there's wind that pushes you around. In the water one, it's covered in ice, so you have the floor becomes a little bit slippery, sort of like something like Castle Siege meets like Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2.
Okay. Yeah, man, we're really getting on the villain hypes.
We
This-
do also
we
already
really are.
have the ruined Ganon's castle in Ultimate, technically, as the background arena for the Ganon fight in Classic mode.
True.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
we're halfway there.
Yeah.
Oh man, quick aside. Promise it'll be 20 seconds. But villains, I forgot. I always wanted to do the underworld from Kid Icarus, and I didn't.
Rip.
All right. Anyway,
Anyway.
We'll get back to that in like 4 years.
Okay,
Um,
well, we've already had some mention of Kirby before, but in terms of representation, Kirby is pretty bad at it because it's only really represented the first 3 Dreamland games, Adventure and Superstar, in terms of stages.
Oh no,
Which
he
is not-
was gonna do Epic Yarn. He was going to do that. He just decided not to.
Yeah. And you know what? Why change a good thing? That's right, we're going with Castle Lolo from Eggerland. No
Sure.
Kirby stage. You get Castle Lolo from The Adventures of Lolo. Fuck you.
I don't-
number one, I love that choice. Number two, I forget how random your choices are, dude, until I do
Yeah.
one of these with you.
I don't. Is Castle Lolo actually what it's called? An Adventure of Lolo. I beat Adventure of Lolo fairly recently. I don't know if it's actually called Castle Lolo.
I don't think it is. I know
But
that he has a castle in it. I just don't think it's a place.
I mean, he has to. He's got to get through the castle to rescue Lala.
Yeah.
If we're going for that, then I want the skulls that chase you down as stage hazards, and the Medusa heads that turn you to stone if you just step in front of them.
Truth be told, this was an actual stage I had on my list as like a real stage in like the non Kirby section. It's like you want to reveal 7-2.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the actual one. I had to cut Castle Lolo last minute because I texted friend of the show APC Cypher something really stupid, and he said, "Yeah, do that." So I had to cut it for something stupider that you'll see coming. So
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
yeah, Wonderia is the abandoned amusement park in Forgotten Land, represent the new part of the series, and I think amusement park would be a fun area. You could fight on the roller coaster or the Ferris wheel, and then maybe you could do the night parade as the ending transition.
Nice. We're all getting Wonderlands in here with Bowser World as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep myself short and concise, but I had some bits planned.
Okay.
because funny.
Okay.
So, people who know me know that I've embarked on a funny adventure recently. And that is to say, I replayed a certain game that I had not played in about, over a decade. So, in terms of Star Fox, I don't really like the newer games. I don't like that they rebooted the continuity. I don't think anybody does unless you really, really hated Command, or anything after 64, which unfortunately the people who actually buy the Star Fox games are the people who hate everything except for 64. And to that I say, I don't like you. Here's Dinosaur Planet.
I told you it should have been Croazoa Palace.
I didn't. Listen, Huff.
I was so close to doing Dinosaur Planet.
Huff,
I want you to know that.
Huff, I don't want to do because I don't want another Star Fox stage in fucking outer space again.
What,
not
you're
in
telling
outer
me you
space,
don't
it's
want to
just
have an outer
in the
space stage,
clouds.
even if it's Croazoa Palace?
Yes,
My throat's too straight to do that.
but yeah.
Any particular? I mean, presumably this is the main temple in Dinosaur Planet. It's been so long since I played that game, so I don't remember. Where
Yeah, this is the Earthkeeper area. It is also another pyramid. We've had 2 pyramids now. It's weird that we had 2. But essentially the gimmick of this area is that it is sun and moon themed. So it would have a day-night cycle. That's it.
Cool gimmick.
Yeah, there could be dinosaurs flying by. They would be screeching and going roar. This area has T-Rexes in it, just walking around. I think if one of them were to jump on the stage and then one hit kill somebody by eating them, that would be awesome. I'm really on a streak with the making the game unfun because it would be funny. Today, you know, I think that's going to continue. I think that's a pattern I'm seeing on my list.
I think one-hit KO hazards are fun.
I think they're hilarious. Listen,
when the Chimera comes out in Newport City, that's
yeah,
that's the best part. Best part.
So like, there are things I get mad at in Smash. I get mad about weird hit detection. I get mad about weird ledges. If a stage hazard kills me, it's the funniest thing in the world. I love that.
As long as they're not annoying like the one on Dr. Wily's castle, I can.
Yo, the Yellow Devil? No, that's hilarious. Everybody hates that so much, and that's why it's funny to me.
Right.
No, chat. This will not be Crystal stages. This will be the stage for Tricky the Dinosaur.
No, Slinky.
yeah, like I said,
sorry, Slinky. You got to change it. Remember what you said yesterday? If somebody in the chat says this is going to be Crystal Stage, you have to change it.
No,
I like the concept of like a one hit KO Chimera type of enemies. But listen, it's not a scientifically accurate dinosaur, so I'm gonna have to give you demerits on that one. The wrists on that T-Rex are not pronated. It's not large enough. There should be some sort of proto feathers. So I don't know. If
They're on the inside.
All right, let's go to my one then.
Huff, I specifically said that I would just yell at somebody if they said it was Crystal's home stage. Okay.
Anyway,
who's Tricky the Dinosaur? Fake fan.
Okay, let's
You're saying fake fan to Star
go.
Fox. There
Let's go.
aren't any.
all right. Anyway,
Let's go.
Jubilife
It's been an hour 40 minutes. Let's go.
from Pokemon Legends Arceus. I want to have a Pokemon stage, but I'm not a big fan of Scarlet and Violet. And then I was trying to think. So originally I was going to do a stage from Sword and Shield because I like that game. And then I remembered Arceus existed, and I was like, oh yeah, that would be cool. The way I picture this is kind of similar to Al Delfino again. So you start off fighting on the roof of the Galaxy building with the Magikarps on either side, and then like a platform will lift you, and you'll just go to various parts of the village, like the farm area with the lake down one side, the beach where they find you. You can go to the main district, which is like a walk off on both ends, and you can fight on the roofs or the bottom, and then you can drop you off in like the Pokemon farm where there were just random Pokemon just chilling from the game. Maybe even Arceus themselves is just vibing in the farm. and they can do like the usual Pokemon stage hazards that they do sometimes like to have in these Pokemon stages. But yeah, I think that Jubilife Village is a really neat hub area for that game. And I think there's enough going on there for different stage layouts that it could work.
Dusty is right. Scarlet and Violet isn't what you would call visually interesting. However, it is what you would call visually distinct. So
Anyway,
patrons, what do we
patrons,
got next?
the next patron, this was Triss's second suggestion, and
Okay.
it's from The Legend of Zelda again. It's the Dragons of Hyrule. So another Tears of the Kingdom stage. So the idea of this level, as the name might imply, is that you're fighting on the different dragons. It's kind of similar to what I did with the different layouts, going through them all. So you start at the Temple of Time in the Great Sky Island before the Light Dragon flies overhead, and you're required to jump onto it. And then you fly around on the Light Dragon as it changes its orientation, which obviously causes the level to sort of change mid-fight. And then after about 30 seconds, one of the other three will pass below it, parallel, and kind of like Pilot Wings, you know, where the two planes fly and then one disappears and you fall down to it. It does that, so you fall onto one of the other dragons, and then you're flying closer down to Hyrule. A second dragon appears. Let's say Nader is the first one, so Dinrao appears, and they start both being there, and you can like war jump off of them. They start going tilt down at a 90-degree angle. And the spines on their back start becoming the platforms that you have to fight on. So imagine you can't get knocked off on left or right anymore. You can only fall or get knocked off above, and you have to jump. Use the spines almost like, not a ladder, but different ledges jutting out from the side and fight on that. And then eventually one of the dragons will start to move off to the side, and the other dragon will go down into the depths. And then it will start flying through the depths, where it will run into the other dragon, and then you jump onto that dragon. It will fly you all the way back up to the sky, and drop you back off at the Temple of Time to finish it off.
Okay, so just those 4 dragons?
The 4 main, no Ganon dragon, no.
Okay, so tell me something.
Mm-hmm.
When Zelda enters the battle, does Alfonso take over?
Yes. The Alphonse dragon is the first one that flies in. It looks like the other dragons, but it's just his head unchanged on the front.
Oh, I thought I was just gonna be wearing
Leave it
like a
to
little
me.
bandana.
All right, Snaps.
All right, this one's gonna take a while, so let's get to it. It's one that
At Live or Mall as well.
Okay.
it's Kirby
Okay.
Apocalypse or something. All right. Yeah.
Pricks.
Yeah, creeks.
Let's take a look. What is it?
Oh well.
Yeah.
There we go.
Acre as
There we
well.
go. We're good. We're good. If you want to say something, speak your piece now.
Fortnite.
All right.
Holy shit, Fortnite. Alright, I had a little bit planned here because, hey, I'm a big Pokemon fan. Pokemon is the franchise I know the most about. I know way too fucking much about it, and I hate the way it's represented in Smash in terms of stages, because you have a city from Kanto and Kalos, 2 made-up stadiums, and 2 champion leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really boring because Pokemon has like a shit ton of areas. So, Slink, can you reveal 8 turn off after above is shown?
What?
Whoa.
Yeah, there are like 5 regions not represented, being Johto, Hoenn, Alola, Galar, and Paldea. And these are the stages that I would be like, hey, if you were to represent each of them, this is what I would do. I think each of them adds something unique. I'm not going to go into Tower Tour till later. Pseudopolis, Kyogre, and Groudon fight there. Important area. Ultra Space is the most diverse area in the game, in my opinion. Winden Stadium is just an easy...
Pokemon Stadium type.
Yeah. And then Area Zero is just a really good choice, which I didn't end up going with for reasons that you'll find out later. But ultimately, in the end, there is unfortunately one area that really should be in this game. And if you want to, can you turn off the Slayer Slink and then reveal the one above it?
Victory Road.
Yeah, how the fuck is Victory Road not in this fucking game?
I mean, which version of Victory Road is that?
That is Gen 3 specifically, but in my opinion, you can just do whatever you want with it. With Victory Road, just base it on like the concept of it, because there are so many Victory Roads that it's just like, how have you not done this? It's like Bowser's Castle and Rainbow Road, where I'm just like, how are you not in the game?
Should have your rival just run up and attack the player.
Yeah.
Assaulted with Pokemon.
Okay. So, for my next stage, I am of the same mind as the facetious Huff, in that I think we should keep a good thing going. And I know, like, Kirby fans are really tired of repeating the same concepts and also just only being restricted to the Sakurai games for stages. You know who's not tired of that? Me. Here's Vegetable Valley. Not only from a Sakurai game, not only a retread of a stage theme, but also it's a retro stage, so it's a retread of the Game Boy stage too. Anyway.
Did you do the Game Boy one, or is this do the NES version?
This is the NES one. This is the NES one. Yeah, so it's a retro throwback stage. I made this one out of spite. Anyway.
Sakurai just can't help himself. Alright.
Oh, no, not spite towards Sakurai. No.
No, I said he couldn't help himself.
Alright.
Alright. I'm next. We're going to continue down the Nintendo Playable series. It's Grand Crossing from Fire Emblem Engage. So I was trying to think of Fire Emblem stages, similar to what Huff complained about with Pokemon. I also think Fire Emblem, like, Castle Siege is vaguely based on the Tellius games, but isn't really. And Colosseum is just generic Colosseum.
So and then you have Garreg Mach and Arena Faro, which are just actual places.
Exactly, and I wanted to keep that going, and I was trying to think of some places to go from Engage, and Lumia, I can't remember what it's called, the Somnium or whatever it is in the sky. Seems like the obvious place to go to, but I thought that was a little boring, and I was tired of having traveling stages as well. So I was looking through all the different map ideas from the game, and I came across Grand Crossing, which I remembered they put up a lot in the trailers, because it's one of the early-ish levels. And I think it would work really well as an arena. So you fight along the bridge. There's Pegasuses in the background. You wouldn't go across the whole bridge like you would in Bridge of Eldon. You're fighting widthways, I guess. So there's a drop off on both sides. But you've got ballistas. You've got Pegasuses. Hortensia can show up as a stage hazard because this is this place where you fight her. It's the bridge that leads into in Brodia that leads to the castle. So, like, there's stuff you could do there. And I just think it'd be, like, it fits the Fire Emblem theme. If there's, like, fighting going on in the background, you know, like the Brodia and Elusia soldiers fighting each other, I think it would work, like, pretty well to represent Fire Emblem. With some pretty neat hazards and an actual location. My main criteria for this. So I went for Grand Crossing. Cool.
Okay.
What
is the next patron stage?
Patreon one. This one, it was suggested by Helio, and it is a Metroid stage. It is Phase. I saw someone say they wanted a Dark Samus level. Well, here you go. The idea for this one is pretty simple. You start off on the planet's surface. There's like a simple layout with battlefield, like a battlefield style layout, but then it has cameos from various of the life forms that appear on Phase. And then eventually it will break and you'll fall down into the Genesis Chamber, which is like a big area on Phase, with a very different layout, much larger level, and you'd fight there. And you could get cameos from like the different, the Phase-on versions of Metroids. I can't remember what they're called now off the top of my head. But yeah, the mutated Phase on Metroids. And yeah, and then you'd fight there for a bit. I guess it would just transition back to the first one at some point, or maybe it won't. Maybe just once you fall down to the bottom, that's it. You're now in this new area. But yeah, the idea was to have another Metroid Prime level, and Phase is just visually very interesting. Like it's like got really cool color palette going on, and it would be really nice to see it in HD, I reckon. So yeah, this is just a cool idea visually.
Okay, Snazzy.
All right, so looking at Nintendo IP that I thought could use another stage, I came to Pikmin, and I wanted a Pikmin stage that wasn't in a garden. So,
I considered
like,
this one as well.
Same.
yeah, yeah, I think it has cool potential layouts. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it, and once again, Pikmin stage not in a garden. The only thing is, I think a little bit visually, it might take a little bit from
Living room.
Living room.
living room, the Nintendo
Yeah.
stage.
Yeah, that was
And,
the
you know,
reason
you
I
also have-
didn't go with it.
That would be a problem, but I think add enough Pikmin isms into it that doesn't really matter, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I considered it, but because living room existed and I was thinking about doing a Chibi Robo stage, I was like, maybe not. And I ended up not doing Chibi Robo.
Yeah, and not just
unfortunately.
living room, but to a certain extent, although visually it's obviously quite different, the WarioWare stage too. That's like
gamer.
Yeah, gamer.
All right, Kriko, you're up.
Okay, well, if Ferenia was last, this one should be. So before we start getting into some of these stage choices, I want to make something clear. I was picking these stages not as a 20 stages that will be the new stage lineup for the next Smash game, or I was instead just picking it as hey, there's a lot of franchises that have really questionable stage lineups in Smash, or stage lineups that are really samey, don't give a really good, view of the themes and aesthetics, not enough variety within each series. So a lot of them are just me kind of buckshot firing off ideas. There will be a number of stage ideas from this series. Slink, could you pull up the next one? So I was originally going to have this slot be a phase, but then I got told, hey, we don't want to line up with the, we don't want to have overlap with what the patrons are doing, so I pivoted. This was actually not the one I pivoted for, though. This is one of my Metroid Prime subseries stage ideas. Like Frigate, I feel like Frigate could have been something more interesting from Talon 4. Finjana Drifts is a really popular, really well-recognized location from the first Prime game. Giving Metroid an ice stage is something that is very different from everything else that we have from the Metroid series. Actually, basically just the complete opposite, because it's not lava.
Where would the lava go, though?
Yeah. Here's your ice Metroid stage, and so you could have the sort of facility of Findrana Drifts in the background, the ruins where the space pirates do end up kind of taking shelter. There are a few floating platforms in the main drift area, and there's all of the ruin technology that you can make a very nice looking, interesting platform layout out of for the main platform in the foreground. Very good music that could get a really nice remix, although it would probably be the Depths version instead. And also, just in general, we have very few ice stages in Smash that are not related to ice climbers in some way. So
Yeah, right now the only ice stages that you can play on are Summit and technically Shadow Moses, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah, this was one of my. It was actually between this and a Metroid Dread stage, but I figured, Dread is new, even though we did have the remaster of Metroid Prime. But yeah, this is I think just a phenomenal choice for a stage.
Yeah.
It has so much atmosphere, and it's so different from almost every other area in Metroid.
Yeah, I obviously didn't have it on my list, but I've definitely had Fendrana Drifts in the past, old stage list ideas, because it's my favorite area from Metroid Prime.
Yeah, that and if it's funny if I ever do like a Super Metroid stage, wrecked ship, because I just like weirder areas that are different in Metroid games that have like good
Mhm.
atmosphere. Anyways,
All right.
Okay.
Huff.
Huff, we've got your
All right.
next stage.
So we talked about Fire Emblem and how it's weirdly represented. So ultimately, I started off with the idea of doing. I was waiting for you to click it.
Yeah.
There you go. Dragon's Table, because hey, it's kind of weird that the representation for Fire Emblem, in terms of like tangible, actual locations, start with fucking Awakening. So Dragon's Table is a place from the first game, and it's just like a generalized plateau with like a castle on it. You can just—it's the main villain area, giving a dark, foreboding area is very interesting to me, especially for a series that is currently represented just by like Castle Siege in just places like normal, regular, everyday places. But then I thought it would be funny if I did this instead.
So whatever.
Yeah, the
Hey, welcome to
PTSD zone.
PTSD!
The PTSD zone.
Yeah, this is Asker Gate. This is the place that you summon your fucking heroes in Fire Emblem Heroes. Hey, good job wasting $50.
Damn.
I thought it would be funny.
You just, I hope the summoner gets to appear and summons heroes in his stage hazards, and you can just
Yeah.
get Reese. You get Reese most of the time, or Laszlo. Or...
God, I remember back when I played it, all I fucking got was like, is it Ogma? Is that the older guy from the first game?
Ogma is the mercenary from the first game.
Yeah, I kept getting Ogma, and I'm like, why do I have like 8 of these guys?
You could
Also,
build up Ogma.
It's not from the first game. Dragon's Table's not from the first game, my friend.
Oh, is it from 3?
Yeah, it's from 3. It's from Mystery of the
Yeah,
Emblem.
when I meant the first game, I meant like Marth.
Arcanea?
Yeah, I should have specified Arcanea.
No problem.
I keep forgetting 3 exists.
3 also included a remake of 1, like a really
Yeah.
abridged remake of 1, so fair enough. Okay, so for my next one, I did a Pokemon stage, and I was trying to go through what I would want to do. Similarly to The Legend of Zelda, I am very, very discontent with the current state of the Pokemon franchise, but not to the point where I'd call myself a former fan yet. But since I'm not doing Gen 9, and I would rather not do Gen 8 because it's like it'd be another stadium, I thought about what's one of my favorite areas in the series. And so I thought to Johto, and Gold and Silver are not my favorite games in the series, but Johto is my favorite region, just aesthetically and culture-wise.
Yeah, the classical Japanese architecture is
Yes.
very interesting.
So I went with... It's Ecruteak City, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I went with the idea that Huff presented earlier, and if you could take over and explain for me, because I am not familiar with the names of these towers.
Yeah, Tower Tour, the idea was like, there are a shit ton of towers in Johto as a whole. There's Sprout, Bell, and Burn Tower, although they
Yeah.
changed the name of Burned, and they changed them to Burned and Bell Tower, even though they were originally tin and brass, which I don't know why they changed it, but okay. So the idea was that it starts off as like a tin tower and like burns down progressively and becomes the Burn Tower, which I thought would just be a cool idea for a stage. I think that represents Johto pretty well, as you could have Ho-Oh flying around doing his funny little things. Lugia could summon a storm. You could have the legendary beasts as stage hazards. So yeah,
Yeah, I played. I'm pretty sure I played a modded stage in Project M that was based on the towers in Ecrotech City.
Yeah,
It
it
was kind of
wouldn't
a cool stage.
surprise me if that was the case. It is a very prominent location.
It's
for,
it's
the Geotech.
iconic. It's where you meet the trio for the first time,
Yeah.
and it's
You
also
fight
where you
Silver
fight
there.
Ho-Oh in Gold.
Yep. Okay, we're on. This is my last of the first party franchises that are already playable in Smash.
Okay.
And if you want to click on it, it is Mahi Mahi Resort from Splatoon. This is the level idea is obviously, if anyone who's played this, the water rises and goes back down and causes certain elements of the stage to be put underwater or not. So, and there's also bouncy portions of the stage. So my idea is that you start off, part of the floor is bouncy, so it bounce you up, but there's the upper layer and then a slightly down lower layer, and then the water at various points in the match the water would rise and cause, and if you're on those lower layers you then go into the swimming thing and then you could drown. And it has like 3 different, in Splatoon it only has the 2 different layers it can go, but I imagine in Smash they'd add a 3rd layer to make it even more deadly, so that you have to jump off the bouncy ones and be on the top layer across, and then it's a walk off on either side. Well, actually they could probably alter the stage so that it's not a walk off, so that you go to each side has the thick solid brick that you can stand on that isn't bouncy, and then it's a drop off from that point on into the water. But I think it's like a kind of pretty cool level. Big problem with Splatoon levels I find, and probably the reason they went with Moray Tower in for this first Splatoon level, is that a lot of them are obviously wide and flat, so there's not a lot of opportunities to be knocked off of. But I thought this having the water as the hazard was a cool idea. I came up with the exact same idea as well for a Pikmin 4 level, the Sunken Shores, and then I realized I had done the same gimmick twice. So
I should have done the Sunken Cavern, so I could have done the funny. Oh God, what is that guy? Why am I blanking on it?
The roller guy, right?
Yeah, fuck.
I really wish that the drowning mechanic would include instantly killing the Inklings. I'm so sad they didn't do that.
Yeah, Dusty, it is basically the middle of My, but from a side view. That is basically it.
Okay.
Okay, and then the next patron one is also from Helio, and it's a Pokemon stage. It's Area Zero.
Yeah,
and
this
Huff,
is why I didn't go into it.
Yeah, Huff, you can explain this one because I've not even gotten to Area Zero.
Okay, Area Zero is like the primordial area set in the Great Crater of Paldea, in which ideally the stage would be like progressively going down through the depths of it. And you can see at the bottom, I tried to represent it with the area at the bottom of it with like the crater and all the lights and the Terra Prisms, which is a very unique area, and you could potentially end up in the Zero Lab, which is one of the coolest ideas from Pokemon in terms of designs. I think Area Zero is the area that they should go with for a next Pokemon stage, because it is just a fascinating location. And I like the stage idea. I tried to represent the idea that they had of it being like both areas, so I tried.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard to do. If you can't tell, I had to crop like 3 images together to make it look like that.
Yeah, this is the one problem of not having beaten Scarlet and Violet and giving up on it, is that everyone tells me Area Zero is like the best part of the game, and it's like, but I have to do everything else first to get to it.
Area Zero and the DLC are good. The rest of the game is like bouncing between being, hey, this is like a pretty good game with poor execution, to being, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. So maybe one day I'll decide to just pile through it and reach Area Zero, and then I can finally listen to the Area Zero music, because I hear it's a banger, and I've been trying to avoid it for spoilers while also just not playing the game.
I just watch it on YouTube at this point.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, Snazzy.
You're up next.
Okay,
Naz.
Snazzy. Nazi,
Easy.
we've
All right,
lost
so
him.
I was thinking, I'm here. Sorry, I try to keep myself on mute when you guys are yapping away. So I was trying to think of what franchise in Smash Bros. Needed a new stage, and clearly that was Punch Out. So I did Punch Out Training. And I
you
also
told me about
decided
this.
to yes, I decided to make it everyone's favorite type of stage, which is a horizontally traveling stage a la Pac-Land. Because those are the most popular stages, as we all know. But the idea behind this stage is that Doc Lewis is on his bike in the background, and the screen scrolls with him. Now, it's going to be a loop where you go through New York, daytime, evening, nighttime, just like in Punch Out. But then he's also going to randomly, well, not randomly, because it'll always be the same loop, I think. But he's going to just end up in other kind of those black box player action games from the NES. So he'll just be biking, and all of a sudden he'll be in Excite Bike Arena, and you'll see like him like scrambling for his life, trying to get
Keep
through
up.
Excite Bike. Yeah, and then you have to deal with Excite Bike, and he'll go through Urban Camp, and then you'll have to deal with people dropping pots on you and possible potholes, and then he'll go.
I
Yeah.
want
I'm
to
sorry,
see
what?
Doc Lewis like fly off the ramp and do like a wheelie.
Yes.
Sorry, I zoned out. Are you talking about him just going through random NES games?
Yes.
Oh my god!
Just running
And-
through
and-
random city-based NES games.
The fun.
Yeah.
I tried to propose this to you, Spazzy. It's just I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of a game that it would work with. Where the ending, like the final thing, like the area he was going to, is a pizza place. So it just ends with him getting off his bike and entering a pizza place in the background.
Yeah. Does he then have to run back like in Pac-Land?
And as we all know, that is canonized in the Super Mario Brothers movie that Punch Out is a pizza place. So I feel like that's good corporate synergy, which is what we look for when we come up with Smash Brothers stages. But yeah, like I think the funniest one is Excite Bike, because then you'd have you could do some fun stuff with Excite Bike kind of layouts when you go through there. But also in the background, just seeing Doc Lewis like trying to deal with Excite Bike, I think is very funny to me. The ones I thought of were Urban Champ, definitely, because that's just a regular cityscape. And I don't feel like there's any way Urban Champ should ever have an actual stage. I thought about Wrecking Crew, but since Wrecking Crew already has a real stage, I don't know if that would be great. Excite Bike, obviously Punch Out, and probably Pro Wrestling. I don't know if we would have a ring, like an exhibition match outside of an arena, or if he would actually just, cycle through an arena. But I think it's a good way to represent kind of underrepresented NES titles. And like there aren't many options for Punch Out that isn't just another boxing ring. But when I think Punch Out, I always do think of the you just finished a belt Mac training with Doc Lewis. So I thought it would be fun.
I don't know why, but I have it in my head that as he's biking, he eventually the road turns into gravel, and then he hears a whistle, and then he just turns around and does that big jump, cartoony jump up off the bike, eyes bulging out, scared, lands back on the bike and starts going faster because he's being chased by the Excite Bikers.
Yeah, and somebody said Mock Rider. We can do that too. Yeah, just some dude on a motorcycle shooting. Whatever, man. The fun with
He ends up in pinball. Fuck it.
All right, Creeks, you're up.
Gaming. Let's see here. All right. I did mention offhandedly earlier there would be another Metroid Prime stage, and I was not lying. This was the stage that was originally supposed to be phase in the lineup. Skytown from Elysia from Metroid Prime 3. So Prime 3 is I still have to get around to doing replays of 2 and 3, but when I played through the trilogy in high school, 3 was the one that had the environments that left the biggest impact on me. Skytown, I think, is well regarded as the most interesting and memorable location from 3 because it's such a departure, but also still feels so weirdly in line, specifically with the Prime series of what Metroid is. Most of Metroid takes place in space stations and underground caves, and getting a location that is this very science fantasy steampunk floating city is such a fascinating little detour from what you're used to, while still fitting in very well with the aesthetic and the identity of Metroid. We don't really have, despite having a good number of games in Smash that could pull from that sort of aesthetic, unless you want to count something like Skyloft or the Cloud Sea, which I wouldn't really count either. We don't have anything that I would quantify as steampunk in Smash as a stage identity yet. Maybe I'm just not thinking of it, but
No, I can't think of it either.
yeah, I think Skytown would be really fun and visually interesting as a stage. The fact that all the platforms are like, it's all floating platforms to begin with, so you can come up with a really nice stage layout that feels still diegetic. You would be able to maybe play around with the grind rails for being able to have the stage move through the environment, like maybe it's kind of hooked up to one of those and it moves like a trolley. I think it would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Skytown is definitely the most memorable place from Metroid Prime 3, in my opinion, like visually speaking. It's a cool level idea. And you're right, the aesthetics, I don't think there's anything that match it right now in Smash. Okay, Huff.
Yo, alright, so I like the Pikmin. I like it when they do the funny Pikmin thing and they are flower people. Dandori Castle! I toyed with the idea of doing like the final area of Pikmin 4, but I feel like that game's too recent. I didn't want to spoil it for people. So I just ended up going with a Dandori map, because Dandori is funny. It is also just a generalized cave theme, so you could kind of represent that too.
Hey, Huff.
What?
This area right here, really honing in on that PTSD.
That's the point.
Funny.
So
Okay.
you have Andori.
It's like, I have
too.
Mario Party and Rainbow Road there as well. What do you...
True. Okay. So, for my next stage, I wanted to do Fire Emblem. I wanted to do not another arena. And I was thinking, at first I wanted to do the Fane of Raman, which is the Temple of the Dragonkin. It's where you find Tiki. It's in both Arcanea games and in the Fire Emblem Shadows of Valentia DLC as the Astral Temple. It's the exact same layout. And then I thought, wait a minute. It'd be really funny if I did the most iconic part of Fire Emblem Gaiden and Shadows of Valentia. The part which separates the whiners from gamers. Yeah, that's right. We're doing the Poison Swamp. We've got Dead Man's Mire. You will take
Managed to get a
continuous
Poison Swamp
damage.
without From Software. What
So
the hell?
true. You will take
I really
continuous
wish I
damage
named
in the
Blighttown on
bog.
my list now.
You will take continuous damage in the bog. You will suffer, and you will enjoy the really good music.
Absolutely mean, but it's true. It is. This is a real gamer level.
Yeah, you know,
You've
it
got going on
separates
there.
it separates the whiners from the gamers.
All right, I'm going to start mine off first by saying, "How dare you, Snazzy? How dare you, indeed? Click on it. Urban Champion.
I was sitting here with a knowing smile when you said that.
It's Urban Champion is Nintendo's first fighting game.
Oh wait,
yet
there's there's the bar that Doc goes at the end of.
Yeah, there's the pizzeria. Urban Champion is Nintendo's first fighting game, and it has basically nothing in Super Smash Brothers. It has a spirit, and that's it. So get a stage. Get a stage. It's already built. You've just got the manholes that you can knock people in. I don't know whether or not I've been toying back and forth with whether it's better to do like a Wrecking Crew style thing where it's updated, or a Duck Hunt style thing where it's literally just the NES sprites. But I don't want it to like, unlike Duck Hunt, where the fall off of the stage is where the screen would actually end. Because Urban Champion has the scroll and the manhole covers, I want to make it so that that's how you get knocked off by falling into the manhole at the bottom, or getting knocked off at the top. Would be the way to do it. Maybe you can't get knocked off left and right.
The potted plants act the same way as the Game & Watch, like wrenches and stuff on the.
Yeah. So the way I see it is that it's got 3 layers. It's got the bottom layer, and then which is the ground, and then you can fight on the roof, and then you can fight on the windowsill ledges. But occasionally, people will show up with potted plants and like throw them down, and they're actually like the Game & Watch one. Maybe even the police show up, and if anyone's moving when the police show up, they get arrested and dragged off stage. There's lots of little ideas you can do with Urban Champion. But I think it's Joy Mech Fight finally got added as an assist trophy, so now it's time that their other fighting game gets a bit of love. So yeah.
You Nantan Jackson, Urban Champion, and Mysterious Murasami Castle. Those are the 2, always. I'm sure you have the other one on here too. Those are your games, man. I know.
Okay.
Hey, man, do you just want to go again? You just want to do the next one?
No.
No.
I need to ask y'all. It's been over 2 hours, and we're not halfway through everyone's list, so keep it concise because we're gonna have a repeat of the Smash character one at this rate.
Yeah.
I've been trying to go fast.
Me
Same.
too.
I'll go. This one's another retro pick, and this is one that both Huff and I wanted on ours. But Silvercaster got here before us. It's a Gyromite. The fact that Rob doesn't have a stage yet is ridiculous. Given that this is like Gyromite's like perfectly laid out for a retro stage. You have the hazards with the moving pillars. And it can just move like New Super Mario Bros. 2 level does, the Golden Plains, where you can go left and right, and it's got the 2 sides. And then you can just knock people off on either side or above. Or you just have that be the background and just make a generic stage using the aesthetics of Gyromite. Either way, the fact that Rob doesn't have a stage yet is like a Sakurai skill issue, because he should absolutely have one by now. And I was going to include one, and I know Huff was going to include one, and then we got one from the patrons instead, so we let them have it.
Okay. Snazzy.
So the first thing I want to say is I also was going to do Gyromite, but I saw that the patrons had it, so I did not. So I wanted to do a Xenoblade stage, and my first thought was Xenoblade 3. And then I thought, you know what? Xenoblade 1 is still my favorite game in the series, and I feel like Gaur Plains is an awful level. So I wanted a stage that would do that game justice. So I went with Junks, which is the plane or the ship that you board to go to the Mechonis. And I feel like it's very much like the Star Fox style stages, in that if you set it during the time, and it's been long enough that you can do, mid to end game, late game spoilers. But if you set it at that point where the Telethia and the Mechons are fighting, then you have all sorts of cool background stuff going on. And Junks, if you look at the back, you can't see it in this photo, but there's an area where you stand on. So you could just have people fighting on that area. You could have certain things coming out as platforms. Like, it makes sense. It works. I think I would argue it works better than this. Yeah, exactly. It would be like Venom, but hopefully with a better layout. And it would give you an opportunity, because during that battle, Junks flies all around the Bionis and the Mechonis. So you'll be able to see, like, all Satoral Marsh, and like all of the different like areas, Magna Forest. The beach area is escaping me right now what it's called, but you can go see like all the different areas of the game. So it would be one of those where, hopefully not like the Final Fantasy VII one where there's just like a low quality video playing in the background, but You'd be able to see different areas from the game, which I'd like to see, and I think it would be a fun layout and a good way to represent that game a little bit better than what we already have.
Okay.
Really quick,
All right.
Snazzy. You said it at the beginning, and I want to question you because I need a survey from people.
Okay.
Is it Gower Plains or Gower Plain?
I say Gower Plains because that makes sense because it's not one plane; it's a plains area. But I don't know what it officially is in the game. To be honest with you.
Thank you.
Actually,
They're
Slink,
wrong.
I have to come in and tell you.
I know.
It is Gower Plain.
Mhm.
The song is sometimes listed as Gower Plains, though, and the area itself is called the Bionis Leg.
I know. However,
Right,
the people are right.
but there's no such thing as a plane like that. It would be the plains because
I
that's
mean,
how it, like,
I
you
would
know,
describe it as
the
a pretty
idea is
plain
that I think
area.
the idea is that it's just meant to be that first area from the Bionis Leg that is just called Gower Plain in Xenoblade Chronicles. Not the entire leg, but just that very first area that you walk out onto, which is just a singular plane.
I'm having
I
a
get it.
fucking
It's just
giggle
what-
right here.
Yeah.
I'm having a fucking
Anyways,
chore.
let's
Anyways,
keep going.
Creeks.
Let's see what's next. I'm pretty sure the next one for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Kirby. We can
great
skip
time
that
was had
one.
by all.
Actually, Slink, can you go ahead and just flip my next one over too?
Okay,
Slink's lost it.
I have lost it. Yes. Respect.
Oh wait. Oh no, that was. I thought that we were still doing Area Zero. I forgot that I replaced it. Never mind. Cover it up.
We'll talk about it later.
Talk about it in a moment. All
Don't
right,
worry
Huff.
about it.
Great time was had by all. Unpooped.
Hey, yeah, Xenoblade should have a new stage, but I don't like 2. 1 has a stage, and 3 I have not played. So I did X. Fuck you.
Yeah. Okay. Got all of that Sawano music.
Yeah. I think X is cool. I didn't get far enough to actually know what Noctilim is, and I was just told to do it.
I was considering putting a Xenoblade Cross stage on here. I have never played that game in my life. However, if it wasn't for the fact that I know we wouldn't get the soundtrack for that game, I would have gone for it.
Yeah, and Noctilim's just a pretty area. I think it's like a swamp. It's been a while since I've played it. So
Yeah. I only really played the Primordia area, which
Mhm.
is a lot of that game, but it's not
Yeah.
because that game is so fucking big, dude.
True. All right, Slink.
Okay, so I wanted to do a Wario stage, and I noticed with the WarioWare stages, they like them being interactive, they like them resembling the games, so I didn't want to do that because I couldn't come up with a fresh idea that was different from WarioWare Inc. or Gamer. So I decided, okay, let's represent the other half of the Wario coin, the rigged coin that is the same on both sides. So I did not do Bowser's Castle, however, Wario Castle. It was really funny because I was thinking about things I could do from like Wario Land, and then Huff just offhandedly says, if you wanted to be really funny, you could do Wario World, and I went, yeah, I think I will. Yeah, so this is Wario Castle. I imagine the stage would be kind of like Castle Siege, the underground castle portion, bunch of platforms, walk-offs on both sides, but also special stage hazard. Coins and gold fall from the ceiling and hurt you.
This is how we get Coin Battle back.
True. There could be coin battle. You could get extra power-ups, like boost to your strength or like instant final smash from coins. It'd be funny.
Oh man,
All
they
right.
would much rather do a New Super Mario Brothers 3DS, New Super Mario Brothers 2 stage with that. Did they actually? They already did do that.
They already
Yeah, they
do
did.
that.
Hey,
They did do
that's a
that.
stage that exists.
Yeah,
I
it
forgot about
exists.
that.
However, the coins are falling from the sky. It's different.
True.
And you can
All right.
knock him out of your
Let-
opponent.
Let's get the other side of my
Okay.
aesthetic going on here. It's Murasame Castle.
Yo.
His course is here.
Hey, guess what?
I-
That's so
Guess what?
mysterious.
Guess what?
Whoa.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
Guess what?
Not that.
That's
Don't worry
was
about that. Don't worry.
mine, not yours.
There we go. We did it.
No.
Yeah, it should be my 16th as well.
Yeah.
It'd be
Murasame
the
Castle.
exact same image.
Yeah. Murasame Castle, I don't know whether or not it should be in the castle and you like fight through the floors of the castle, or if it should be like the end of the level where you have the castle in the background and you're fighting in like the city instead, and then you got the two layers of the roof and the ground and it's like a walk off. I'm not entirely sure which one, or you fight outside of the castle, because I see that idea get used sometimes, even though you don't actually do that in the game. I don't know which of those three ideas would be the best one, but I'll be happy with anything from Murasame Castle as long as it's in there.
The funny thing is, I didn't include this because I feel like that would be almost like presuming that Takamaru would be a character, and I didn't want to get into like,
Yeah, of
that
course.
part of it.
Of course he is.
But I feel like if Takamaru is a playable character, then this is going to be a full 3D castle. If not, it's going to be a weird 8-bit castle, and it's not going to be as good.
No, it would have to be a full 3D castle. It wouldn't be the 8-bit. Urban Champion can get away with being the retro stuff, but Murasame Castle would have to be redone properly.
Yeah, Urban
Yeah, especially
Champion
because-
can get away with it because nobody gives a fuck about it.
I would hope
Yeah.
it would still have this really striking multicolored 80s lighting though.
Bizarre ass
absolutely.
lighting of like a generic castle model.
Strong bisexual lighting with a green tint on the left side specifically. Yeah, no, it's really funny. We only have one sort of very traditional Japanese aesthetic stage in Suzaku Castle, and that stage's layout is awful, and also it is not on the castle itself.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
It's a shame because that castle, with the idea of the castle in the background, is basically what I'd always picture a Murasame Castle stage to be. So I'd like have to try and change it somehow so it doesn't clash with Suzuka Castle, because the layout, yeah, is bad, but the actual visual
Yeah.
element of it.
I told Huff going into this because he was doubtful that there's going to be a 3 out of 6 Murasame Castle sweep. And I am glad that you two did not let me down. I salute you.
Never disappoint. All right, patrons. We got another Xenoblade stage coming up. This one is from Jamester again. This is Jamester's second pick. And it's the Everblight Plain from Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
yeah.
So the idea for this is this is the very start of the game. I chose this as the icon because I felt like it should be more than just like a flat, and this is probably the only part of the Everblight Plain that has like multiple layers. But the focus of this is more around the gimmick. The idea that you have the army of Kevis and Agnes will roll in every now and again to fight each other, and you can like, you know how like in Xenoblade 3 you have those skirmishes and you can run in and choose to join a side? That's what you can do here. You can fight one of the opposing squads, and the surviving squad will then assist you in fighting the opponents in a similar way to the Flying Man does.
Oh, that's
Before
goofy
they
as hell. I
eventually
kinda like that.
retreat. They also throw in the idea of maybe that the victorious army gets a bit of a buff from like the flame clocks being filled out, if they want to do that as a little extra. And sometimes they can have it can change who comes in, whether or not it's just regular soldiers, whether they have Levnesses or not, or maybe even like Ethel or Kamavari can show up, even though they're not actually in this part of the game, but they could show up as like the strongest one, and you can choose to fight alongside them or not. But yeah, it's basically a stage built around the gimmick. But it's also the first area of the game, so anyone who's played Xenoblade 3 will immediately recognize it, which is very fitting for Smash. It likes to do that. But yeah, that's the stage.
That would have been my stage, but I went with
Okay.
jokes because I liked it more.
Okay, Snazzy, what is your stage then? Coming up.
So my stage is a stage that I have almost nothing to say about. It just bothers me that the character and stage that they picked don't match for arms. So I have no real opinion on Ramen Bowl. It's fine. You can do whatever they want with it. It just bothers me that it's like if they did like Guile stage and then they had Ryu, and I'm like, okay, why? So that is it. That is the entirety of me talking about this stage.
All right, Creeks.
All right, let's see here. So, well, we're not really seeing; we're just seeing again.
Yeah.
So here's Ultra Space. This specifically is Ultra Megalopolis. The idea is that the stage starts in Ultra Megalopolis and then kind of just transitions through Ultra Space to the various other locations that you can get to through Ultra Space in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Pretty simple stage concept. Don't really have too much to say about it other than let's give my goat Celesteela a stage cameo, please. And also still continue to never have Groudon appear as a 3D model in Smash since Brawl. I think that would be funny, I think.
It'd be funny if we got like an alternate dimension version of Groudon that's just blue.
Blue Dawn.
Groudon is the only boxed legendary that was a thing at the time that Smash Ultimate came out that does not have a 3D model in Smash Ultimate.
As God intended.
All right, what are you doing, Huff?
All right, so you know how I like the funny. I think the funny is very funny, and you know I think fighting on top of big objects is also funny. So of course, when given the choice of a stage, I would choose to fight on top of a bald man. So you know, Esam's head.
Who? What? Whoops? Huh?
Yo, Esam?
Yo, that's Esam.
Yeah, that's Esam.
You ever just see a bald guy and have like the urge to like just fucking put a slice of
Alright.
Kraft Singles cheese on it?
No.
I do. Anyway, Alterna. Fight on the funny Easter Moai head, who's also bald.
So true. So true. It makes the funny noise every time you interact with it. If you jump and land on it, it makes the funny noise. And not the meme funny noise, I mean the actual noise associated with these fuckers in Splatoon. Okay. My next stage, I don't remember what it is, so I'm just gonna click it on and then explain. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Huh?
Yeah.
You see, for those unaware, in the hit Nintendo series,
Custom Robo.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, I don't know why they do this.
That I've never played this because they never released it in Europe, but I have seen a video on it, and this is my favorite thing in Custom Robo ever.
Yeah,
Like,
why the fuck did they do this?
They ask you do you know about the world, and you say your options, and you go naturally, oh, it's round, and they're like, don't be a fucking idiot. The world is flat. And everyone's just like, yeah, this is just common knowledge. It's not like a twist or anything. It's just the world is flat, and it's just never acknowledged until one specific point in the game.
Yeah, I think the twist is that it gets revealed that it's not. And
Yeah,
call that
they
a
think
twist.
they think the entire world is basically just that dome that they live in.
Yeah.
And like that whole dialogue section of them just being like, oh, the whole dialogue is like, yeah, it's just flat. It goes from wall to wall.
Oh yeah. Okay. So if you didn't know, in Custom Robo, it's apparently a post-apocalyptic, and everybody lives in segmented domes.
Yes.
Custom
It's
Robo is fucking wild, dude.
GameCube Custom Robo sounds like the fucking best video game ever. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
Dude, it's so
specifically
funny.
the
I need you to
GameCube
play
Custom Robo. That I want to play that game, but it was never released out in Europe. It was in North America only for some reason.
I
And again,
fucking-
probably Japan.
I love Custom Robo. It's so goofy. Yeah, I chose this for Slink because they asked, and okay, so there are many stages in Custom Robo, but all of them are in the classification of a Holosseum, which is like a hologram Coliseum in which they fight in. So you could just make it kind of similar to like Pokemon Stadium, where it rotates between different ones.
Yeah, Arena Ferox style.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah. Fuck, dude, Custom Robo is so goddamn insane because like it just prompts you to just talk about that, and then you have to at the end of the game you have to like reveal that the Earth ended to like the people that live in the dome, and you want to know what the last lines of dialogue is when you go out into the real apocalyptic world to fight the evildoer.
Go on.
After you defeat the main like final boss, they just say, "All right, everybody, let's go home," which is one of the corniest things you can do.
I mean, this game also has a really stupid segment in it where you get given like a really valuable key inside your father's locket or something, and then like you can give this precious locket to some random person, and they'll keep saying no, though I don't want it. It's like a family heirloom, and they'll keep giving it, and they'll keep giving it, and then eventually like they'll accept it, and then like 10 hours, 20 hours later in the game, it turns out there's like a special key you need that's in that locket.
Oh yeah.
And you don't find out till you get all the way to the end of like a dungeon, and then the game forces you to walk all the way back to the starting area, go into your friend's room, go into their chest of drawers, take the locket back that you forced onto them, and then walk all the way back to the end of the game. And if you talk to anyone during this time, they're like, "What the hell are you doing here? You were meant to be off on a mission." And you just be like, "Yeah, sorry, I forgot something at home."
Okay, I've actually been wondering
Get
if the other Custom Robo games were also insane, because I just know the GameCube one is.
I don't think they are. I played the 64 one, and the 64 one was like, just like a kind of what you'd expect from this sort of game. Bunch of elementary school kids fighting. I just realized that Slink is one ahead of everyone because they revealed no Sammy Castle.
I realized that, so I will not be participating in the next round.
Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't notice.
We'll bring up my next one. It's the secret third part of my classic Nintendo aesthetic, Sin and Punishment. We're going to Shinjuku Station. The first proper stage of the game. I love Sin and Punishment. I was trying to think of areas that I could do for a level. I thought about the section where you play as Aaron and you fly all around the Aaron, sorry, and you fly all around the battleships as they're all firing at you, because it makes like for a perfect Smash layout. But it's not that interesting or sort of recognizable as Sin and Punishment. So I thought the Shinjuku Station area, the first one where you're running along these highways, getting blasted by tanks and randos like soldiers with everything on fire, is probably the best visual cue you could do for like a ruined Japan, a ruined Tokyo. I don't know if they would actually call it Shinjuku Station or just call it something like Ruined Station. But it's the first level of Sin and Punishment, so anyone who's played that series will immediately recognize it. So that's what I wanted to go for. So yeah. Need more Sin and Punishment. Need to bring Saki back as an assist trophy or playable character.
Okay, patrons.
Patrons. So the next patron one is from JMCVO. And it's a Splatoon stage, Deep Sea Metro from Splatoon 2's Octo expansion. Pretty simple. You fight on top of the subway train itself, and then it'll stop at the different stations, which will create a temporary map layout that just has the different visual aesthetics of that Octo expansion. and then you'll fight on that before having to get back on the train and go to the next one. And it just sort of repeats like that. I wanted to do something based around Octo Expansion as well because I really like the visual style of that. But I'm happy that the patron did it instead. So yeah, and we've got Splatoon 1, 2, and 3 all here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Snazzy, are you here?
Not muted.
I am here. So, this is one that it's a franchise that we haven't seen since the Wii U, and despite that, it's something I would like to see come back, and something that I'm almost surprised we don't have as a Smash stage because it makes a lot of sense. And that is Pushmo Park,
Ooh,
because
cool.
I think you got your little dude there, your little Malo, and he can push and reform the stage while you're on it. So it just seems so natural for a Smash stage. I would say that you wouldn't actually be able to hit him, or maybe he's in the foreground, background. I don't know exactly how it would work.
Him being in the
because
background and pushing the blocks into you, I think would
Yeah.
be the way to do it.
Yeah, I think so too. And that way, you know, like you would have kind of a visual indication that things are changing, but you would have varied platforms and it would make sense. And, you know, Pushmo's a cool game.
That is a cool idea. I didn't think about Pushmo at all. That's
Yeah, I was
neat. I
looking-
like that.
Yeah, I was looking at games from like the 3DS and Wii U era. And I think the two that stood out most to me are Dylan's Rolling Western and this, and I think this makes more is more interesting as a Smash stage.
Yeah, no, agree.
Yeah, Rolling Western is like great. I think the second game is fantastic, but it's just like Wild West City. There's no real
Yeah.
distinct locations.
Yeah, Dylan works fine as a character and assist trophy, but stage-wise, there's nothing particularly stand out. Cool. Creeks, you're up.
All right, let's see. After this should be... Actually, we might have an interesting one up next.
Green Plant from
Okay,
F-Zero,
so...
right?
Yeah,
Yep.
Green Plant. This is from F-Zero GX. So I wanted to do a new F-Zero stage. Originally, I was going to do a revamp of Mute City Melee because the... Mute City is a very iconic location for F-Zero. It is like the place, and we haven't had an interpretation of that location in a 3D space because it's just been the SNES variant since Melee. But I decided, you know what, we've had two versions of Mute City and Smash before. Let's do something different, and Firefield I thought would be boring, so I decided to go with specifically Green Plant because we've not had any. We've had a lot of F-Zero stages in Smash. We've had Big Blue, Mute City, and Mute City
Portown Aero
like
Drive.
SNES and Portown Aero Drive, and all of those kind of lean into the sort of sci-fi cityscape angle, with the exception of Big Blue, which is just a racetrack over an ocean. Firefield will be boring. It would probably be based on the non-GX version, which is just a racetrack over lava. But I wanted to pick something specifically from GX, and I came across a few different options. Originally, I was thinking of doing the final stage that you race against Deathborn on, but I already had Rainbow Road, which to me hit like a similar vibe. So I decided to do Green Plant because there's something about like the nature of the intertwining of like the sleek futuristic sci-fi, racetrack and all of the oxygen tubes that are popping up out of the background everywhere that could, like, maybe if you're flying past them like you would on Mute City Melee or Portown Aero Drive and you get hit by them, they knock you around. You just bang your head on like the big oxygen tubes. It's great. But like also just contrasting that with like the fact that it's in this big, dense green and brown forest area, and it's like it reminded me of something specifically you would see in it less so an aesthetic you would associate with F-Zero, more an aesthetic you might associate with something like Fast Racing RMX or like the Wipeout games over on Sony. And I thought that it made for a really fun idea. I think it just looks really nice. If you've ever like seen footage, I think the picture doesn't really do it justice. It's a really interesting looking and neat looking location.
Yeah, I'm glad you picked Green Plant because Green Plant is always my go-to GX level. Whenever I'm trying to think of a new F-Zero stage, because for all those reasons you said, I just I just don't know if they would do it at this point, given how long it's been since GX.
I just want a new F-Zero game.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
They'll have F-Zero Mute City 99, and it's the same as the
boy.
SAS one, but it's all 99 cars.
Here's an insane fact. Aside from Pokemon, F-Zero was the only franchise I knew about in Smash. Or I've played before I played Smash.
Ha. It's probably the opposite of a lot of people.
Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
because I
Yeah.
knew what F-Zero was. That is definitely different.
Yeah. Alright, what have you got up next, Tuff?
So next up we have... So you know that earlier we talked about a stage concept? Like, actual stage, like with Sparkle Theater, right?
Yeah.
I did that, but with a different series, and it acts like WarioWare. So if you want to bada bing bada boom, Remix Paradise.
Hey. Okay.
It's like WarioWare, but with Rhythm Heaven. I like Rhythm Heaven. I'd like it to get a stage. I think it works better as a stage than a character, but
Mhm.
I would like both. I don't really care. I just want Rhythm Heaven in the game.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just transition between the minigames. You do well, you get a reward. You do bad, fuck
Mhm.
you.
It's interesting that we're skipping because we're skipping Slink for this one.
Yep.
And jumping straight to mine. I also have Rhythm Heaven as my next
Oh, irony.
stage icon as well. But I've gone for a very specific one, built to scale, which, similar to World Bowser, is a stage idea that's actually on Source Gaming's website as a dream arena that I came up with. Because Build to Scale has a mini game in the first 3 Rhythm Heaven games. There's 3 Built to Scale games. So I thought actually utilizing all of them to make one unique stage built in a big green factory with conveyor belts, as Snazzy mentioned they were missing. And you have those things, those squares rolling along to the beat across all the conveyor belts, and then when they get to the bottom middle, they get shot out. And all of these can act as hazards for the players as they fight across. I thought if I wasn't to do just a generic Rhythm Heaven idea what you've done, Huff, where it's just something that represents all the Rhythm Heaven mini games. I guess something like WarioWare Inc., but for Rhythm Heaven. If I was to pick an actual location from Rhythm Heaven, then I think this is the one that's been the most recurring from across all the mini games to do. So that's why I went for
I
it.
think that's right, unless if you take the word Rhythm Heaven literally and
Yeah.
say yeah, that's a location.
But the point is, Rhythm Heaven needs a stage. So we're going to have it here. Right, and as for the patrons, this next one comes from Lisbon.
Lisbon told me to say that he tried to submit Project Hammer and got rejected.
Yes, he
He
did.
told me the same thing.
He tried to submit Project Hammer, and I said no, because it's not a real game.
Okay.
So he instead went for the obvious one, if you know him, Millfield Kingdom from For the Frogs, the Bells Toll.
I'm so happy that you said that because I would have no idea how the fuck to say that.
For the frog whom the bell tolls.
For the Frogs, whom the bell tolls.
Yeah, that was the part I was struggling with, not the French.
Yeah. This would either just be Eclair Palace, probably somewhere on the inside of it, or it would be a traveling stage similar to Yggdrasil's Altar, but you might actually land in the locations rather than just flying around it. Where you'd go to the various locations like Eclair Palace or the Hot Spring Town or Nintendo Island or the Ice Town, the volcano, etc. Either or could work for this. Because For the Frog the Bells Toll doesn't really have a specific area that's other than the Eclair Castle, because you go back to it so often, that works. And I think trying to represent as much of this goofy little place as possible fits the aesthetic of the game. So yeah. That was their suggestion.
Okay, is Snazzy back?
Is
I
Snazzy
am
back?
back.
Okay,
Okay, cool.
awesome.
So I have a great affinity for the Wii U, and something I've always wanted to see because I like the aesthetic and I like the mini games in it is Nintendo Land. But I was talking to Huff and I said, the problem with Nintendo Land is that Nintendo's ignoring the Wii U, so I need something with more corporate synergy. So I went with Super Nintendo World. Now, how will that work, do you ask? I don't know. Maybe we can introduce a standing in line mechanic. The longer you stand, the more powerful you are. I don't know. Maybe we could have people dressed up as face characters. We could have Toad come out, but it's not Toad. You beat him up long enough, and, his head flies off at some teenager. They run away. I
It's
don't
like
know.
a me in a Toad suit.
Yes. But corporate synergy.
True. I'm actually kind of annoyed that I didn't think of Nintendo Land for mine. And Excite Bike. When you brought it up during training, I was like, oh, yeah, of course, Excite Bike.
Yeah.
It would make a really good
wanted-
level.
I wanted to do Excite by itself, but because I had training, I'm like, I'll just put it in there. And this is really Nintendo Land, but I thought, Super Nintendo World was
Super
funnier.
Nintendo World was funnier.
And Huff had the icon already made, so I'm like, do it.
Yeah.
Put it in.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, am I back in time?
Yes.
Okay,
Just
cool.
in time.
Let's see here. Should be getting into. There we go. Here's my first Xenoblade stage. So we're like Snazzy said earlier, we are in the era where we can just hop full frontal into Xenoblade 1 mid to late game spoilers. Here is Mechonis Field. I love this area. It is one of my favorite areas in a video game. I really like the music. I like the aesthetic. I think that if we have a stage based on the Bionis, I think it'd be really nice to have a stage based on the Mechonis. It is a very important kind of pivotal area to Xenoblade. It is the first area that you play through after getting access to the 7th party member. Is highly associated with that party member, who is essentially the deuteragonist of the whole narrative. I think that the platform layout for it could be really cool and interesting. There is a lot of things that you can do with platforms rising up and down, and all of the Mechon kind of bebopping around in the background in their little formations. Gears turning, things shifting around and rotating to create new platforms or move things out of the way. I think it would be very, very sick. And I think that it would be probably one of the better locations to lift a stage directly from for Xenoblade 1.
Yeah. And you get the sick Mechonis Field theme as well. which is
Drew,
like
I love that song so much.
one of the best field themes in that game. Yeah, the Mechonis Field. I always think when I think of Mechonis, the upper part of it, which I feel like has a lot more drop-off stages, and it's also just a bit lighter in color.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you're right. I think having a Mechonis stage to parallel the Bionis stage is a very good idea.
Okay.
I also just think the idea of having a stage set inside, like the insides, like that are moving around of this giant dormant machine is really cool.
Mm-hmm. All right, Huff.
Yo. So I had a very neat idea pop into my head about a game that I don't think anybody here even fucking considered for a stage. So you want to show her off?
Yeah.
We got Game Builder Garage.
I did consider Labo for a stage, but not Build a Garage.
Yeah, the idea I had behind it was that like the nodes would pop up and they would be like platforms. Like on the image there, you can see like a node above it where
Yeah.
that would be a platform. But the nodes that appear, the platforms have like specific what's the term? Like specific limitations, because the platform there says when on platform jump, So it would be stuff like that. Like, it would spawn a platform that would be slippery. It would spawn a different platform that would be a conveyor belt, and it would just say that based on the node that it spawns. And I just thought that would be neat.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool like take on the Mario Maker type of level, but interacting with what you can do on it.
Yeah.
It's a cool idea.
All right. Well, if you want to, are we skipping Slink again? Or are you good?
No,
Slink's
we're not.
back,
We're
right?
not skipping me this time, and it's funny because guess what? I picked as a stage.
Oh,
That's right. We're going to Nintendo Land.
Woo!
Yay! Nintendo Land.
It could, yeah.
Cycle through like a select few of the various attractions. Probably not the more featured ones, but particularly the more abstract representations of the series, like Animal Crossing and.
This is how we get
Murasame
two Murasame Castle stages.
This is also how you get the new F-Zero stage.
I
This
think
is
that
how you get the Murasame Castle.
Yeah, I think Murasame, Zelda, Metroid, and Pikmin maybe would be the 4 I'd go with if I had to pick 4. Like, I don't think you'd do Donkey Kong or Game & Watch. Maybe Metroid.
Donkey
Balloon
Kong
fight.
actually probably lends
need balloon
itself to
fight.
stage easily.
I think Balloon Fight's already got its own stage.
Already has a
Yeah.
stage, I know.
Yeah.
Just like Balloon Fight a lot.
All right. What have I got up next? Oh boy, it's kind of like Nintendo Land. If you want to click on it. Oh no, actually no, that's the that's the one after this. Never mind. Not Night Nintendo Land at all. This is the Sanderson home from Chibi Robo. It's also the reason I didn't do the living room stage from Pikmin 4. Because
Yeah.
I've been playing Chibi Robo a lot, or I was recently because I was streaming it. And I was just thinking it was like perfect for a traveling stage because it's got all the different types of rooms. So you start in the living room on the main table, and then you get then you get lifted up and into the kitchen, and then lifted up and into the foyer area. Where the plotted plants are and stuff like that, and then maybe into one of the 2 different bedrooms, and then out the window into the garden, and then back into the living room. Like, you can do these different transitions around the house, and each house layout will give you a different, different layout, different hazards. You get cameos from all the characters. I just think it's like the perfect thing for a Chibi Robo stage, because this is the part of the series that all Chibi Robo fans remember and enjoy, not whatever Ziplash did.
I was happy that you did this because it meant that I didn't have to, because I was feeling constrained for stages.
Yeah,
But,
this is one of the first stages I decided I was going to do.
I need to know, do you have the goated Drake Redcrest as a stage hazard?
Yes, he can show up in the living room. Because one other thing you could do is the nighttime, daytime, thing. So for the daytime variant, it has the humans walking around, but then you go to the nighttime variant, it's the toys. And Drake Redcrest is there in the living room. I won't explain all the areas, but because you got the general idea of it. Next up, I forgot to bring up the thing for this, but I know what the stage is. It's by Ryan Messer, who also did the Last Resort Hotel. I forgot to mention that earlier. Ryan submitted too, and this was the other one. If you want to open it up, it is Game Boy Advance. So literally, kind of pulling from Flat Zone here, or if anyone's played Smash Remix, the 64 one, the Game Boy Land, Game Boy Advance would visually just be the Game Boy Advance like it is on Flat Zone, but the screen would swap from games like Mario Advance, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, Advance Wars, Metroid Fusion, Wario Land 4, similar to how the Flat Zone 2 swaps between the different Game & Watch games. It would swap between just different all the Game Boy game from the 3DS where it's got the Game Boy but it's only doing Kirby. stages, it would be like that, but for different Game Boy Advance games.
It
basically.
swaps in a stage from Mega Man Battle Network 2, which causes the game to have a sensitivity warning at the beginning when it boots up.
But like this is obviously because of this, the aesthetics are the sprites, the pixel art, and they're all just scenes from each game they're doing. But it'd be a good way to get a bunch of Game Boy Advance games in there. Like Metroid Fusion and Wario Land 4. So that was Ryan's idea.
Okay,
yeah,
cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Snazzy.
So, on to my second stupid pick in a row. I decided that I liked Nintendo's corporate side and marketing so much that my next stage would be the Indie World Showcase. So, I feel...
What now? Huh?
You sorry, I'm what?
I feel like Sakurai has shown that he is willing to work with indie teams, and that we've seen a lot of random indie content. We've seen spirits, we've seen assist trophies in Smash 4, songs, costumes, but I feel like they're just hesitant to give these indie games anything more. So why not do an Indie World Showcase? It cycles through several different indie games, some of which you've never heard of and never Silksong. But you can still play through them. The only problem with a concept like this is by lumping games into one title, then what if we do get, I don't know, a Shantae or Shovel Knight character or stage or something that's a little more substantial. But I think it would be a way to showcase things that might not be able to, get a stage. You can get like a Bit Trip Runner stage in there. You could just do little things and then it cycles to something else fairly quickly. I think it would be fun.
I get it. I don't think they would ever do something like this.
It is very bold.
I don't
It is
think-
fan-fiction-y, but it's very bold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to tell all these
can't-
companies, oh yeah, you can all share one stage.
But they would do it. They would do it because they are indie companies and they are like
Listen.
sending Sakurai emails with a model of Bit Trip Runner and be like, please make this into a trophy. Captain Video or whatever.
They would absolutely agree. I would agree.
Yeah. I came up with this idea because there was an Indie World Showcase.
Sure.
I was thinking, like I said, this is my second bullshit in a row, and I think it stops here. But yeah, no, I wanted to include some sort of indie rep, and I said this would be funny, so I did it.
All right, Creeks, you're up.
All right, Creeks, reveal your
All right.
Xenoblade 3 stage.
True. Let's talk about gaming and how I could be. So, let's get on Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
Shit.
Sling knew this was
This is
happening
your
because
stage
he knows
level.
who I am. So we've had many stages set on a theater actually today. I think it is almost a universal presence. And as you know, the big theater aficionados that we are, we of course have to have a theater that projects movies onto it at some point in this lineup. So here's the amphitheater. It is a big, important, recurring location from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. It is a theater that the main villain group, the Mobius, hangs out in. Throughout the course of the narrative, they are spying on your main characters through this theater, which is inside of the Origin. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. Play the video game. You missed the first H. No, I did not. This is how the area is spelled in the actual game map, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, but the basic idea is that in the foreground, you have kind of the seats of the theater, and then the main platform is the stage of the theater itself. In the background, you have the projection screen that, will be playing scenes from Xenoblade 3. What better way to get fan service and stage cameos on your new stage than literally just having scenes from the video game play as MP4s in the background?
Creeks,
Yeah.
you missed the first H. You have to fix
Yeah.
it.
Creeks, you actually
You
spell
did
it
miss
wrong.
the first H, yeah.
Did I miss the first H?
Yes. It's after the P.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, I'll fix it in a second when we're talking about the next ideas. But yeah, no, I think probably one of the most interesting things you could do with this stage is do something similar to the gimmick of the first phase of the final boss fight, which, just to put it as simply as possible, it restricts you from being able to perform certain actions for a certain duration of time. I think the easiest way to translate that to Smash would be having a part of the amphitheater be that if certain clips play in the background, it can restrict you from being able to use certain special moves. I think that would be a really funny hazards on gimmick.
Mhm.
So let me get that stage
Cool.
icon in here.
All right, Huff, why don't you go next? Let's try it. We've got 6 more to go.
Yo, so like, hey, break the targets.
This is how
I thought it
comes
would
back.
be very funny to just pick some character at randoms, break the targets, and say, fuck you, here's the stage.
Okay, so Huff, which one is this?
But
But, yeah, no. The real one is...
No, tell me whose break
You
the
know me
targets
so
this
well.
is. Tell me.
See, if
It's
it
like,
was
look at-
Slink or Snazzy, I might expect it to stay this way, but
And then I muted myself on the. Okay, we're good. I was saying, please tell me whose break the targets this is.
It's either Mario or Donkey Kong's, I don't remember.
It's Roy's, which means
Is it
it's a
Roy's?
Smash original stage.
I don't remember. Okay. So yeah, the actual stage I went with was Skirmish, because I thought having a war in the background would be cool, and being Advance Wars, you could set it on a bridge, have a war happening. I just thought it'd be neat.
Right,
Yep.
that's not. I was going to say, hold on, so that wasn't Roy's break the target. What are you talking about?
You lied to me when you were making the slot. I'm so angry at you.
I thought I used Roy's.
No, I'm pretty sure that's Mario's because
Oh.
it uses the girders from the Donkey Kong stage from Donkey Kong. That's why only Mario and Donkey Kong use that visual.
I just picked one. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's also from Smash 64, not Melee, so Roy's not even in the game.
Oh, I just picked the one that was at the best quality. I looked up Roy, break the targets, and I picked the one at the highest quality.
You have failed.
Good job, buddy.
Look, I'm sick. Cut me some slack. You're lucky you got this out of me.
Alright, is it Slink next?
Yes. Okay,
Yes.
so speaking of Smash 64, Huff presented this idea to me, and I thought it was really cute. And so we decided to give it a funny name that makes it sound grandiose when it's really just the desk of a child playing with their action figures. She says, right, it's the title screen, it's the desk of origin. So yeah, you'd fight on the title screen area. And it would be...
The stage, I think, as well.
Why is the
I
drop
wouldn't
shadow
doubt it.
like that?
Why is the drop shadow like that? You know, good question. Don't worry about it.
What drop shadow? Did I fuck up?
No. Oh, it looks a bit more. It looks like it's a bit further out than
No,
the
Okay,
rest.
actually,
for
what the fuck
dramatic
happened
effect,
there?
it's
I didn't-
because it's the desk of origin.
Yeah, it's the desk of origin.
So true. But yeah, really cool stage. This is like the one Smash original stage that I would be okay with them doing, because you know a stage slot is kind of important.
Yeah, I think
it's like it's a lot of resources to make a stage.
Yeah.
And I would not want some fucking shit like generic planes from the Subspace Emissary or something like that. But this is distinct. This is iconic. This is the first thing you see when you play the very first Super Smash Brothers. It is a great idea.
yeah,
There's
Smash Remix
you might
calls
be
it
forgetting
First
one.
Destination. This is this stage, which is cute. Yeah.
What do you mean I'm
All right.
forgetting one?
What are your thoughts on Metal Cavern? Are you based or cringe?
That's themed on Mario 64, dumbass.
Not really, no.
No, it's based on the fucking concept art for Metal Cavern, you fuck.
It's not real.
If it's not real, then how can I play on it? Shit.
True. All right, shall we go for?
There we go, we fixed it.
All right, let's go to my one.
I'll
then.
fix the alignment later, fuck it.
Yeah. All right. This is the kind of like Nintendo Land stage I thought was coming up next, but I got the order wrong. It's for Nintendo Land, but for the series nobody cares about anymore. It's Min Island from Captain Rainbow. So again, it's another travel. It's a traveling stage, but you go to the various parts of Min Island and you get to see all of the forgotten characters, as well as Little Mac. So I think you start here on Min Island at this endpoint, and then you get taken to the shrine from Shinonogashima, and then you can get taken to Little Mac's Punch-Out Arena, and then you can taken to the bamboo forest around Takamaru, and then the castle at the top of Min Island. Maybe the beach, although it would be just a flat, and then back to this point of Min Island. And then just repeats like this, and you get cameos. Yeah, it's true, you get to see fat Little Mac. So if Little Mac isn't playing on the stage, then he's there, but he's fat. And yeah, I just thought it'd be I like Captain Rainbow, so I thought it'd be a funny idea to have a stage based on it. And yeah, that's it. And then,
Okay.
well, for the patrons...
What silly thing did they do?
Given that you were talking about Smash Brothers original stages,
Oh,
this one is by Silvercaster, and so I've called it Subspace, but the idea was to basically have some kind of representation from the Subspace emissary. Huff and I talked about it, what we would do for that, and in the end decided on something like, it's just called Subspace. It starts off like this, what's in the visuals here, and then it like warps into various locations from throughout the Subspace Emissary, specifically the Reset Bomb Factory, Sky World, the Ruined Zoo, the Swamp, and then the Canyon, because those seem like the more interesting areas from the game, and it would go back to Subspace each time. So just something for the Subspace Emissary to get it represented here was the idea. That was the general idea.
I like the ideas that we had for a lot of these, but it's kind of hard to represent them in image format.
Yeah.
Because you can have so many ideas, but you only have so much space, and you have to make it legible.
Yeah, exactly.
So I tried my best. To the patrons, I hope I did your ideas justice. I don't know.
The only other alternative would be like the Great Maze from the end of the game, which would basically just be the Great Cave Offensive, but not Kirby themed, and just generic location themed. Which I don't think anyone.
You don't want the entire match just going through doors, just stalling with it loading.
But yeah, okay, yeah, that's the patron. So Snazzy, what's your 15th one?
So I wanted to do a Mega Man stage, and I know that we were talking before about how, Final Fantasy VII is just Final Fantasy VII, but a lot of other games can be, represent a lot of other things. And so I wanted to do something from like Mega Man X or from Mega Man Legends, but I said, we have classic Mega Man, and I would like a classic Mega Man stage. Now, the problem is, besides Wily, almost everything in the game, in the classic games, are just particular stages. And yeah, I could do, Airman stage or, Top Man stage, like whatever stage. But I feel like that's too specific. So I thought about it, and I went with an area that was originally introduced in Mega Man 7, and that's the Robot Museum. And this has had a couple different appearances, and I think it's cool because it's a place that stores a lot of the old Robot Masters. So it's visually distinct. It's from the classic games, and you could have cameos or even stage hazards. Maybe it could be more like the Castlevania Dracula stage, Dracula's Castle, where maybe they're not even interacting with you, but you can see Robot Masters and other things in the background. You can see Eddie, you can see Roll. Like, I think it's a good opportunity to bring a lot of the classic Mega Man elements onto a stage. I don't know about layout. I'm the only thing that gets me a little shook by this is that I feel like it's going to be a walk-off stage, and I'm not a huge fan of walk-offs. But you could just add platforms. It's Smash. It doesn't have to look like one-to-one. But I think it's one of the few locations from the original classic Mega Man series that I think represents the series well and isn't just a Robot Master stage or a Wily stage.
Yes. It would be a good way to have a lot of cameos of the different Robot Masters into one level, which I think would be the big appeal of the Robot Museum.
Okay. Creeks, you have told me to replace your next slot. What was it before? The Alterna Space Center. So you want this replaced?
So I still want to replace stage.
They are muted, so I'm just gonna drag this in.
After the Smash original stages,
I was talking shit about Meta Crystal and how it's clearly based on Hazy Maze Cave and Behind the Waterfall from Mario 64, but no, this is a Smash stage.
So here it is.
All right. We're gonna move on to Huff then. Huff, your next stage.
Yo, you ever Okay, so the next stage idea I had, this was like a last minute ad because I was like, hey, everybody goes with fucking Venus Lighthouse for Golden Sun. And I would rather Golden Sun be a stage than a playable character, because honestly the stage is the thing I'm most interested with. I like Isaac, don't get me wrong, I would like him to be playable, but if we could only get one, I would choose the stage. Because the world of Wayward is very interesting and fascinating. And in the end, I ultimately went with the starting location, because fuck Venus Lighthouse.
Mount Aleph.
Yeah. Mount Aleph is the area north of the starting town, and it is like the site of the first major event.
Mm-hmm.
And it has like 3 different parts, being the volcano of Mount Aleph, and then it erupts while you're in the Soul Sanctum, which is like a dungeon, and then the Soul Sanctum changes into the Elemental Star Cave, which I think just looks gorgeous. So the idea I had was it's just a fight on Mount Aleph, and then the volcano erupts, and then you fall through a floor, and then you end up in the Cosmic Star Chamber.
Nice. Yeah,
So,
that would be a good one. Yeah, because right, everyone goes to the Venus lighthouse, because the lighthouse is such big parts of the first Golden Sun game.
Yeah.
Mount Aleph is a cool choice.
It might be Mount Elf. Don't quote me on that.
We won't.
Yeah, we
I hope it's not.
I mean,
You're just saying that because you like
in,
Al from Pikmin.
the name in the other languages is Alpha, so you know. Okay. So I wanted to do some returning stages because I like some of.
You can't say you like some of them and then do this one. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. Let him cook. Let's see what it is.
Okay. So I wanted to do a Donkey Kong stage.
Oh heck yeah!
And the only game in the Donkey Kong franchise that I've finished that was released after 1994 is Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. So I'm bringing back Rumble
ironic
Balls!
and then showing us Peak. You can't play it up like it's ironic and then show Peak like this.
Rumble Falls. The
Rumble Falls is based, but I'm
return.
tired of pretending it wasn't.
Honestly, I do kind of miss the vertical scrolling stages.
Shut up! No, you don't.
They
listen.
were a unique idea. There should at least be
I,
one of them.
I would rather play on Rumble Falls than the Great Fucking Cave Offensive.
I would rather play on neither.
I mean, if you had to
Like,
pick,
if you
though,
gave me those choices, I would say I would rather play a different game.
And I'd
so-
probably
so
pick
sad.
Icicle Mountain over Rumble Falls if I had to
No.
pick between two, just because Ice Climbers doesn't have any other options, whereas Donkey Kong
We
does.
need another Donkey Kong jungle level.
Donkey
Yeah,
Kong
we don't have
waterfall level.
Now, I think what they should do is have the stage morph work on Rumble Falls, but only with Icicle Mountain, so you can have really the best of both worlds.
No, the
Just-
stage
it's-
morph
it's
should
just
work,
been
but
bugged.
it doesn't stop scrolling during the stage morph.
Listen, here's my genuine, unironic pitch for why Rumble Falls coming back would be fine. Rumble Falls would be the prettiest battlefield form in the game, or one of them, in my opinion. This stage is very pretty in Brawl for a Wii game location.
Depends where they put it, I think. Like,
I would say just have it
from-
like I would say have the background just pan out.
Yeah, fair.
I like it. I like this choice because it's a fan favorite. Everybody likes vertical stages. Everyone says we need even more Donkey Kong jungle stages. So, I mean, I think overall, this is just a great pick.
Somebody
Okay, I'm saying we get
understands.
Slink out of the kitchen and you start cooking.
All right, I've gone for something visually pleasing as well for my next stage. It's Snipper Clips. I think Snipper Clips is cute, and it was like similar to Pushmo. It's one of those eShop Switch games for the Switch generation that I think got a lot of attention as a Switch launch title. So like, I didn't think of Pushmo, but that was because I had Snipper Clips on the brain, and I think just the aesthetic of being on the paper with all the utensils and stuff is fun. So you could just make a cool little layout for it, and it would be one of the more visually cute levels in the game. That's really all I've got for Snipper Clips. It's cool. As for patrons, the next one is from Scamper, and it is a third-party stage, Casino Night Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog. So they thought that for this one there should be an emphasis on angles and slopes with the pinball physics. So obviously you'd have all the stuff like the bumpers and the flippers and the roulette machine in the middle with the slots, where if someone gets say someone gets like smashed into the socket, it then plays the slot machines and maybe drops an item or other rewards depending on what you get. They talked about whether or not the stage should be walled off on both sides with the main blast zone at the top. I don't quite know. It could work, like you have to launch them upwards in order to take them out, but it might be a bit too annoying for Smash, so it'd be one of those trial and error things about how you do it. The main idea, though, I think you get from Casino Night Zone is that it's a pinball-themed stage. And it's a pretty iconic area for classic Sonic. So it makes sense as a level as well. So yeah, Casino Night Zone.
That's a great choice for people that are too cowardly to pick Sonic Spinball, but okay.
Okay, listen, we can't say that. I got really bored at the end of my work shift like 2 days ago when I was waiting on my boss to approve something. I whipped out the Switch, started playing Sonic Spinball on it. That game sucks ass.
The game is so terrible.
I
but,
finished it. I played the whole game. It sucks ass.
I had it on the Sega Genesis back in the day, and I have also finished it. It's frustrating because somewhere in there is like
Somewhere there's a
conceptually
really fun
a
little
good game.
pinball game.
Yeah, exactly.
I
but it
swear.
just doesn't quite get there ever.
That
yeah.
that fucking level theme feels like a 4-second loop.
What, in
Well,
Sonic
for
Spinball?
Toxic Caves?
Da, da,
No,
da,
Toxic
da,
Caves
da,
is a banger. No, it's a banger.
Alright, Stancy, what have you got?
Okay, so last time I was saying that I was thinking about other Mega Man games, but I was like, no, I should do a classic. But then I said, no, yeah, screw that. I can do 2 Mega Man stages. So I did do a Mega Man X stage, and I did Central Highway, very first stage of the very first Mega Man X game, because I feel like it's a very iconic choice. I feel like it's one of the things you think about when you think about Mega Man X, and I think the destroyed highway can actually create a pretty cool platform layout too, because when you walk through the stage, like, you know, there's big holes and gaps, and things are raised and things are dropped. So I think it actually works as a Smash stage. I think it's a good representation of a Mega Man game we don't have. Zero's probably going to be playable in one of these games one day, because he's Zero. He's playable in every fighting game eventually.
Yo,
And
I
also
love playing as him in Samurai Showdown 3.
But I think that, yeah, no, and like, I think it would be an excuse for more Mega Man X music as well, and I like Mega Man X music, so.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, Creeks.
Creeks.
All right, let's see here. Are we scrolled over? Okay, there we go. Let's see what I got next.
Oh wow.
Whoa!
Whoa,
Who'd
can't
have
believe
thunk
it.
Okay.
All right, Huff.
Yeah. Earlier I mentioned last minute I needed a stage, and I asked a friend of the show, APC Cypher, for to approve a stage, and they said, "Yeah, fuck it, yeah, fucking do that, I guess." So here's something that Nan was too afraid to do.
Oh.
We got the Labo piano.
See, I was thinking of more like Project Giant Robot, but
Oh, I was thinking about doing the house because you get to have La Creatura in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Can we?
But then I remembered the piano.
Can we possibly play the first 4 notes of Megalovania on this piano?
Yes, the keys are playable.
Hell yes. I say the first 4 notes because I don't know if you're gonna be able to reach the black keys. It is a 2D game after all.
No, those are the platforms.
Yeah, I guess they would be slightly elevated, so.
So true. Okay.
Okay.
So, my next stage, going again with the theme of returning stages that everyone wants.
Mm-hmm.
My second Metroid stage,
This is the best icon
Pyrosphere.
on the list, by the way.
You see, I wanted Pyrosphere back because I missed the Ridley boss fight, and I think it's funny. And it's also a different version of Ridley that is a clone, and also looks completely different. However, that was also not Wind Waker Link on Spirit Tracks, so I guess when Ridley's on the stage, Alfonso can take over.
You know what would be really funny, and that I could see them doing, is doing that stupid Ridley robot when when Ridley's on the stage.
Robo Ridley from Zero Mission?
Yes. It doesn't make any sense,
No,
but it doesn't have to.
The one from Nintendo Land.
So true.
Yes! Nintendo Land Ridley!
Yeah, sure, I guess. Pyrosphere is a thing.
I am a lot nicer to Other M than most people are, which is to say I don't like the game. Don't get me wrong, I don't like it. But, like, I don't hate it. It looks really nice. It has a good aesthetic, so, you know, it's... the stage already existed. It's worth having.
Yeah,
I want once again to point out how brave you are for doing Jungle, Donkey Kong, and Lava Fire Metroid again. So...
Wait until you see my next stage.
Oh boy. So for me, my next stage is just kind of here because I think it's going to get us something in the next Smash Brothers. If you want to click on it. It's the Athletic Dojo from Ring Fit Adventure.
Yo.
I wanted to have a Ring Fit stage. I debated having Drago's area, where you usually fight them, but I decided to go with Athletic Dojo because it has like conveyor belts and a whole bunch of other gimmicks and stuff. So I just thought there's a lot you could do here for visual art, like different visual ideas, and it wouldn't be just like a plains, which was something I wanted to try and avoid with the first area. So yeah, I just sort of went for a Ring Fit, kind of like the Rhythm Heaven stage. I think Ring Fit should just get something. And now I'm sort of thinking I should have done Excite Bike Arena instead of Athletic Dojo, but oh well, it's fine. Ring Fit is here. I don't really have anything else to say on it, so we can go straight to the Patreons.
Yeah.
Uh,
Next
well,
up, another Sonic stage, which I had to tell people, hey, you can't do this because the patrons are already doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
yep.
the one that I said that multiple patrons were going to submit, and apparently they did.
One patron submitted this, and it was Trampram for their second pick, and it's Radical Highway from Sonic Adventure 2. So it's the year of It's the year of Shadow. So it's time to give Shadow a stage, even though he's not playable.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge financial loss for Sega. Rest in peace for them.
But yeah, Radical Highway. I mean, it's a pretty iconic area from Sonic Adventure 2. It's where the intro to the game, like the actual intro where Sonic and Shadow go across each other. The way that they visualize this is it's similar to Foresight, takes place at night. Things like the soap shoes blimp and the Knight's head can be seen in the background, as well as the occasional flybys from Gun, and maybe a Jumbotron with Eggman cameo on it, and the moon up in the background. It takes place on the red suspension bridge, obviously, high above the roadway, just a disconnected piece of bridge roadway under construction. Imagine like a slightly longer, small battlefield with some background scaffoldings and stuff serving as the platforms. And then you could have military spotlights similar to Shadow Moses Island. You could even maybe have a cameo if you wanted to have a boss for this level. You could use Bigfoot from Gun, who's like the first boss that Shadow fights. It can just fly in the background and fire on people. Just pulling all, and maybe even if Sonic's not playing. You could maybe in the background of the moon get the cameo of like Sonic and Shadow sliding across and crossing each other, like in the intros. But yeah, Radical Highway.
Okay.
Sonic level. Alright, Snazzy?
The first thing I want to say is that also Casino Night Zone was something I was considering, but I saw the patrons had it. So the patrons had it, so I did not. So just go ahead and reveal the image for this one right away, because the first thing I want to say is that this is not the series clock tower. When I just see that, I'm all like, yeah, it's not. I would be cool with the survival horror, mostly PlayStation series clock tower getting a stage. However, this is a Castlevania stage. I just wanted to get that out of the way. So I wanted to do another Castlevania stage. My original idea actually was to do something based off of Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, maybe a town with a day and night mechanic where the day would be villagers and the night would be monsters. But the more I thought about it, the more I figured you'd have to do one of the clock tower locations in the games, because I feel like next to Dracula's throne room, that is probably the most iconic and thought about area in all of Castlevania. And there's some neat stuff you can do with it, because you could have moving gears that move in opposite directions. That would make it a little bit trickier to stand on certain platforms when you have the hazards on. You could have the clock tower actually move with those gears and change, which would result in different platform layouts if you wanted to do that, but you wouldn't have to. And also, you would almost definitely have Medusa heads, which would go through and knock you off platforms while also turning you to stone. The stone effect higher, depending on your damage. So if you have very high damage, you can be hit by a Medusa head, get turned to stone, and just die. And that's funny to me. But yeah, Castlevania is just a series that I like a lot. I like Castlevania music. I like other places to play and listen to Castlevania music. And yeah, the clock tower stage, I think, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I sort of expected this one from you to pop up at some point. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You're right. What have we got next for Creeks?
I was muted. Huff, is that Castlevania Judgment?
No.
Yes. Yes.
It is, which is part of the reason I want to clarify what clock tower it was, because you can't tell it's a Castlevania clock tower unless you are a big Castlevania fan and have actually played Judgment.
Big fan of Judgment. We're big fan. We stand Castlevania Judgment.
So you wanted me to replace this stage because it's just just fucking cubes, right?
No, I actually think that this stage would be pretty fun to play on and have a very interesting stage layout and background. That's not the reason. The reason is just I haven't played this game, so I can only go off of footage and images. So instead, we're going to be replacing it with a stage from a game that I have played an unfortunate amount of.
Okay,
let
can I
me-
say something quick?
Yeah.
I also considered doing the astral plane, and when I saw this, I was like, "Oh, cool! I don't have to." And I was like, "Wait a minute, why the fuck did you pick the astral plane from Control?" And I was like sitting there, like, "What the fuck were you doing? Who the fuck associates Control with Nintendo?" And I'm like, "Wait a minute, this isn't from Control." I was very
Okay,
tired.
so as the person who made the 25-minute long dissertation on astral chain, the astral plane is where like 50 to 60% of the game takes place, and it's all just fucking 90-degree angles and cubes, and it's so fucking boring.
It looks really cool, though.
And as the person who didn't put Rumble 4s in their roster and has played Astral Chain, it's a neat little area. It does have a cool
It
little
looks really
visual
nice.
effect
I like the
going
gradient
on.
in the background. I like the way
yeah.
that the geometric shapes look.
It is a
I
lot of
agree with
just
that, Jack.
geometric shapes and cubes, but like it is. I wouldn't be my Astral Chain level, but I could totally see the argument for it.
Listen,
I
I
like
love
color
any
control.
I love any fuck ass location in a video game that is just like the East Final Dungeon level layout of just being stuff just floating in an ethereal void. It rules.
Yeah. In
Anyway,
terms
we're replacing it though. It's getting replaced with this.
Are you fucking for real?
Yes.
Fuck you, Crete. Also, play hit
Somebody
video
mentioned
game
it at the beginning of the
Control,
stream. I was
it's
like,
good.
"Oh God, I didn't do it. Why didn't I do it? I'm gonna be the person that has to do it because it needs to be on here." Say hello to like the biggest video game on the market right now. Nintendo has been promoting it heavily, and we now know because of the OG season and the fact that they are probably doing an OG season 2. That the original Season 1 Fortnite locations are going to be one of the very few things about the game that does not immediately become intrinsically dated the moment that 2 months pass. So here's Tilted Towers from Fortnite. It would be a stage with... it would be on top of a building, and there would be platforms shaped like the other buildings that could be destroyed. Much like the Minecraft stage, and maybe you could have little rifts appear that would allow you to just teleport to the top skybox and then just fall down for no reason. I don't know why you'd want to do that because being above people is typically not an advantageous position to be in Smash whatsoever. But you could if you wanted to, and you wanted to do Kirby down beachies.
I think if you're doing time attack, the closer it gets to 0, the storm should just come in.
Get the storm.
Like, it's
That'd be
smaller,
sick.
smaller. Like honestly, I don't play Fortnite. I would much rather Fortnite have a stage than a character in Smash. If
Yeah,
it's going to get anything.
I will say this, with the exception of one, I have 3 stages left. They are all third party. One of them is for a returning franchise. The other 3 are for franchises I think are guaranteed to get some form of meaningful representation in the next Smash game, but I do not think it will be a character.
Yeah, fair. All right, Huff.
All right, I'm gonna make this one quick because we already kinda touched on it.
Okay.
I just
Tilted
picked
Tower.
the actual location. I picked Noisy Notebook from Snipperclip.
Ah, good point. I didn't even think about what the place is called. I know that's what the song's called. I should have put that together.
Yeah,
You-
the
you-
gimmick that I had with it was that Snip and Clip would like appear and like take off chunks of the stage to like change the shape of it
Do
as it
you
goes.
want me to just replace the slot?
Nah, just you keep it.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine. I have a feeling that they might. The reason I went with calling it Snipper Clips is I have a feeling that they would actually call it Snipper Clips.
Yeah.
I feel like they've done that before with some other stages in
Yeah.
Smash.
Yeah, Wrecking Crew.
Yeah. So I was just like, they'll probably just call it that. All right,
Okay.
go on. Show us Sector Z or whatever your next returning stage is.
All right, so the one thing people have been clamoring for, more Yoshi stages.
Oh hell yeah! Actually, this one's good.
Actually,
I do like this one.
I am kind of shocked that they removed this stage, and I kind of know why they did it. It's because they were never going to port this game forward. It was too late, and they wasted their money making a 3DS port. But here's Woolly World. This stage is really cool. It's really cute, and I really like it.
It's really nice. I think I think we do know
We
the reason the
do
stage didn't come
partially.
back. Yeah, it's to do with the fact that it depresses when you stand on the fabric of the stage.
Is
Something
that
about
why?
so when you stand on it, like the stage like pushes in a little bit because it's all fabric, and I think they had an issue with the new stage materials.
Yeah, I also think there might be a power issue, because the big problem that Woolly World had in Smash 4 is it's one of the levels you couldn't do 8-player Smash on, because the game just literally couldn't run 8 fighters on Woolly World.
They don't care about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
You can play Fountain of Dreams 8-player Smash, and the game will go
Fountain
to
of Dreams is
45
like-
FPS.
Yeah, Fountain of Dreams is mostly fine though. If you're not playing above 4 players, it doesn't even lag at all anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying with
yeah, but like
Yeah.
there's a lot more going on in Woolly World than Fountain
It's a
of
cute
Dreams
stage though.
has.
They should find a way. They should bring it back.
So,
I like
Actually,
this stage.
I'm pretty sure that the reflection technology is and the like water refraction stuff is way more intensive than what Woolly World would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the reason is more of a technical issue for not bringing Woolly World back than it is for any other issue. Like most stages, you can see the reason why. But Woolly World had technical issues in Smash 4. So
Oh no, there's 8-player Smash on the Omega form of Woolly World. Funny.
yeah.
But
not
that
for-
also didn't have the depreciation factor, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly.
No, it
It's
didn't.
very funny too that it's such a Sakurai thing where it's all like, well, then just take it off so you don't compress when you stand on it. But like, it's such a Sakurai thing. It's like, well, no, then it wouldn't be the same stage. I'm like, yeah, it would. I don't think
Yeah.
anyone would really-
I don't.
I don't know.
I actually don't think we have a reasoning for why it was removed.
Okay.
No, we don't have an official reason
Yeah,
for why
that's
any
the
of
believed
stages were
reason.
removed.
It's not confirmed.
Like, we don't know why Rainbow Road didn't come back, but we can all assume why Rainbow Road didn't come back.
Yeah.
Same for Mute City, same for Pyrosphere. So,
Okay. But
Okay,
yeah,
anyway.
Woolly World. I want you to know all 3 of these stages were unironic choices. I wanted them all.
at least you had Woolly World there. I have Sonic as well next, and I have Sonic Adventure 2 as well next. Space Colony Arc.
Yo, is that the place where the 10-year-old girl gets shot in the head?
No, that one's inside. This is outside.
Oh, outside! Oh no!
In the vastness of space. Space Colony Arc is always a stage that an idea that I've thought would make the perfect Sonic Adventure 2 stage, more so than Radical Highway, because it's such an important part of that game, and like just an important part of the Sonic lore in general. And it's heavily associated with Shadow again. So Space Colony Arc was always my go-to for pushing for a Sonic Adventure stage, and I wanted to have something Sonic here, so let's do it. let's put Space Colony Arc onto my list. Yeah, you could pull from those green things. Potentially, you could have the mechanic where if the player's touching it, it rises them up like automatically. Obviously, being set out in space, you can fall down. I don't think you do the slow gravity mechanic. Because seeing as Galaxy didn't do that either, so gravity would be normal. But yeah, good excuses to have drop-offs, a couple cool hazards, a cool visual element. It would have to look exactly like this. I think you'd want to show the outside and actually show off space and stuff. If you were to do it rather than metal wall. but this was like the best icon I could find to sort of show off the some of the ideas. But yeah, Space Colony Arc. No, that'd be if it was Shadow the Hedgehog Warrior. Anyway, next patron choice is by APC. And they chose Pac-Maze Deluxe, or as they put it, Pac-Maze but good.
Okay, yeah, this would be based on Championship Edition, right?
Championship. Yeah, they originally wanted Pac-Maze Championship, but that name was too long for the icon.
Yeah, I convinced them to change the name of it to this because you keep the DX from Pac-Man Championship Edition DX, and it's Pac-Maze because that's the fucking stage. Because that's readable, because Pac-Man Championship Edition DX is not a fucking stage name that would fit.
But funny story, I had Pac-Man Championship Edition DX as a stage, and Huff said, one of the patrons already have it, and I said, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, like similar layout to the 3DS stage, but without the ghosts as hazards. But it has the pellets, and once they're all gone, the entire stage shifts and morphs layouts entirely like it does in Pac-Man Championship. It changes different colors, the platforms and stuff, and you get that cool like arcade techno aesthetic going on. And if you pick up a power pellet, then you get the player gets like an after image, at least in non-8 player Smash. That's like just a cool effect, and they get a buff from it. It should feel like an 80s fever dream, as APC put it.
Yeah, I think that's such a great idea, because even if they never bring back Pac-Maze, I think newer Pac-Man arcade games have such a cool aesthetic that you could apply to the same concept and come up with, just cool layouts and a Pac-Man stage that feels like Pac-Man. I mean, no offense to Pac-Land, but if you asked me to name like 10
No,
Pac-Man
offense to
games,
Pac-Land. Offense,
like,
Pac-Land.
Pac-Land's pretty low on the list, man. Pretty low on the list.
All right, well, Stazzy, what have you got?
So, I have went with something from a little series called Persona, and from Persona 3, I chose Tartarus. And
Interesting.
I've never played this game. So
that explains
Don't
the
worry.
choice. I was judging you when you picked it.
Don't worry,
No.
I am your strongest soldier, and I think this choice is base.
Yeah, to be fair, Snazzy,
So-
I was going to pick Tartarus as well, and then I just decided, actually, I don't like Tartarus. And then
Yeah.
dropped it.
Tartarus is what separates the big kids from the little kids.
Tartarus is so unfun.
It's so boring.
Tartarus, no, it's okay. They made it based now.
No, it isn't.
It's better in
Yes,
Reload, but it's still just Mementos, but Persona 3 edition.
I will say this: I haven't finished Reload, but the fact that it's Tartarus, but it's like more like Mementos, is fine by me because I like Mementos.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And I didn't
an
have a problem with
improvement
Tartarus
over the
before.
original. That doesn't make it fun.
I just like the aesthetic and music of Persona, and thought I wanted a Persona stage. So I asked my cousin, who's a Persona fan. I'm all like, "Hey, what should I put in?" He said, "Oh, Tartarus from Persona 3." I'm like, "Done. Not even gonna ask any questions. Not even gonna Wikipedia what it is. Don't care." Tartarus. Persona
The
3.
most important thing that you need to know about this location is that they crucified the entire cast, and they forgot the dog.
Yeah, you can't crucify the dog.
He forgot to crucify the
Yeah.
dog.
I need to go and play Persona 3. I also feel like it had I like the aesthetic, but I feel like Persona 5 compared to the other games still has such a it's other games you can tell everything's Persona, but Persona 5 has its own vibe. I feel like compared to some of the earlier games, I wanted something.
Well, that's what's helped
a
it
little different.
be so successful.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if anyone wants to talk about Tartarus that knows what the hell it is. Go ahead.
I mean,
That's all
I
have.
didn't pick it because it would. I think in Smash Brothers it would just be very similar to how they did Mementos, just without the trains going through. Where
Yeah.
you would have Tartarus in the background and then a vague platform layout like Tartarus. And then it would be cool if they did the Final Destination form of it was based on the top of Tartarus. That would be neat. But yeah, you're right. It's all about having that aesthetic look, which Tartarus does have a pretty unique one from the outside, at least. I suppose Reload does make it better on the inside, but it's still not great. But yeah, I don't really know what. I've got nothing else.
Nah,
to say
base it
about
off
Star Wars.
FESB based.
All right,
Be
Creed, what have you
bold.
got?
Second. I've got. Let's see next. It should be very simple. I have. I don't remember the order.
Then just pick.
We're just gonna have to click on it. Yeah, there we go. That's an easy one.
Nice easy one.
It's the arc. So I do want to point out, this was originally going to be Casino Night Zone because I thought it was being clever, but I got told that the patrons already did it, so we had to cycle it out for
That's
something else, and I decided on the arc.
Outsmarted you.
That is
I
so
almost-
funny because we both would have had it if the patrons didn't have it.
Yeah.
I almost did the Egg Fleet from Sonic Heroes instead of the Space Colony arc, but I did the arc instead.
Egg Fleet's a good shout.
The Death Egg would have been a good one too, just because
Yeah.
it's called
More
the Death
villain stuff.
or villain stuff for when we get our playable Dr. Robotnik.
I gotta ask. So somebody, when I was in call with them, blurted out Eggman Land. Did they accidentally spoil something?
No, that's something from. Where's Eggman Land from?
It's
It's,
from
Unleashed.
Unleashed. I was talking to Creeks
Oh, it's Unleashed.
when they were making their roster, when they were deciding.
Don't think so.
Okay, so they were just naming a random stage. Got it.
Random Eggman theme level.
All right, Huff.
Alright, Huff.
What have you got
So-
for me?
Stage.
You know, in general, Smash has a lot of generic just stages that work for competitive, like Battlefield and Final Destination. So, you know, those are good stages. I think that they work. That's why, of course, I think that we need more of them. So, of course, that's why I picked Left Battlefield.
What?
It's Battlefield, but just the left one.
I almost did Small Battlefield, but I felt like that was too much memory for me.
Small
Smallest
Battlefield
Battlefield.
exists. Small Battlefield exists.
That's in the game.
Yeah.
I was at
You gotta do-
smaller Battlefield.
Yeah.
Battlefield
Smaller
without-
Battlefield.
Tiny battlefield.
Extra small Battlefield.
Mini battlefield.
How about this one? Battlefield. Oops, all platforms.
Doesn't have the things. No Battlefield.
Mm,
Okay, so you want to reveal the actual one? Metro City. Hey, Street
What?
Fighter is probably the
Oh.
biggest. It's probably the series out of the third parties that deserves another stage the most. And Metro City gets to represent something different. You could also rep Final Fight slightly. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be that'd probably be the more interesting part of having a second Street Fighter stage.
I feel like if we get another Street Fighter stage, it's just gonna be like 10 stage though.
Yeah, it would be boring, but out of the options, I think Street Fighter is the one that, like, should have
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Because
I don't
Final
know.
Fantasy and Sonic already have it, and I would say Street Fighter is the next best.
I don't know. Ken could have a Metro City home stage though, because he's currently a bum.
It's true, he is homeless.
He is
right
homeless.
now,
He is
so-
homeless, living in a building currently under construction in Metro City.
Yeah,
Yeah, and,
like
sorry, go.
sorry, go ahead.
No,
I
all I was
consider
going to say
Street
was
Fighter.
that.
But
Oh.
like it's uninteresting to me compared to like stages I could do for Mega Man or
Yeah.
Castlevania, which I put above it, because like it'd be cool to do like I don't know stages that you think of like Dalsim stage or you know whatever, but like then you got to think about the platforms and stuff, and it just I don't know, it's weird to me. Like it's hard to get something that feels Street Fighter, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not just looks,
Yeah.
feels.
That's why I went with Metro City, because I feel like that is the one that you could more easily get a stage out of.
right.
Right.
Okay,
Slink, what have you got?
so you heard me cackling away earlier when Snazzy said, "Oh, what if it was a battlefield with only just platforms?" And I had to mute myself because I started bursting out in the laughter when I saw the phrase "no battlefield" in the chat. Here's no battlefield.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's just the platforms.
Smash! Oops! All platforms.
Well,
I dig it.
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
that
Yep.
All right, well, we were talking
That is
about
it.
third parties that can get a second stage, so if you want to hit that one, Avalon Forest from Bayonetta Origins, a criminally underrated
Nice.
game that I was playing last year and was thinking, man, this is a Smash stage aesthetic. This is the kind of level I want. Bayonetta Origins has such a cool visual style to it, and Avalon Forest is like a big part of that. And like it would be perfect for a Smash stage. Like it's visually distinct. You got the misty, like Alice in Wonderland style creepy forest vibes. There's loads of areas from the game you can pick from. I just chose the one that I thought looked pretty good for this. But Avalon Forest is made up of a ton of different sections, and you could just pick from to get a good layout. As long as you have this storybook-looking aesthetic in it, I think that's what's important. So yeah, I just wanted to have it here because it's really cool and more people should play Bayonetta Origins. Yeah.
Let's go to the patrons.
Go to the patrons. So this next patron one is also from Scamper, and it's an indie. One that was already brought up by Snazzy in the indie world thing.
I was about to say,
Scuttle
the problem is
Town.
it's going to be part of the Indie World Showcase. So
Yes,
you don't need it.
part of it. Scuttletown from Shantae. I fully expected this to come up at some point in someone's, and then yeah, one of the patrons did it. There was no real comments on how the stage should be like, but if you've played Shantae and been to Scuttletown, I think it's pretty easy to figure out how layout should work in that. You've just got the different layers of the town that make up different platforms that you can jump around and run between, and then it'd probably be a walk-off unless you want to have the port part of it. Maybe Risky Boots. Maybe you can do the Scuttletown when Risky Boots is attacking it, in which case a lot more of it would be on fire.
Yeah, no, it needs to
There'd
be
be
on
cannonballs
fire
and stuff,
because
yeah.
it's burning town.
Burning Town, yeah.
So true.
You know
but-
what? I don't think we have anything with that kind of like Arabian Nights style fantasy Middle Eastern
No, we don't in
presentation.
Smash.
So yeah,
Uh,
that would be cool. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'd be down with it.
It's
That
if
is part of the
Shantae was
showcase.
to ever get into Super Smash Brothers, this would be,
It would just be Scuttletown.
it would be this stage. So
All right. Snazzy,
cool. Snazzy.
what is your next stage?
So, so speaking of third parties that I think could use another stage, let's talk about one of the bigger third parties that no one's brought up, and that is Dragon Quest. So I wanted something that, like, clearly Sakurai wanted, the hero from 3 to be the main hero. It's in all the cutscenes. So I wanted something
No,
that
it
kind
was
of
confirmed.
represented-
It was confirmed that he was the default.
Yeah.
But they switched it.
Yep. So I wanted something that kind of went back to the original games. So originally, I actually had Tantegel, which is the castle and kingdom that you start with, and actually in Dragon Quest 1, it's the only town that you can teleport to. So that's kind of a big spot. But the other spot is the Dragon Lord's castle, which in the English translation is Charnock. But apparently that's only in the English translation, so I was all like, okay, I'll just use Dragon Lord Castle. That's fine. In Dragon Quest 3, I think it's the Citadel of Zoma, which is kind of a different hero, but it's the same location. And what I think is kind of cool about it is that it's a big location in the first 3 games, specifically in 1 and 3. In 2, it's just kind of a place you visit. It's an important area, and it's right across the water from Tantegel, right? So you still have in the background Tantegel Castle, and then you have the Dragon Lord's Castle in the foreground. And because of teleportation, you could actually have teleport from one to the other, and then you would be on the other one, and then the one you were just on would be in the background. So I was kind of thinking of doing like Dragon Lord's Castle / Tantegel with like a teleportation effect where you'd be to one to the other, and that would kind of give you 2 different castle layouts. And you could have a lot of different Dragon Quest monsters and character archetypes depending on which location you're at. So I think it would be neat, and it would be a good way to showcase the earlier NES Dragon Quest games. I think actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't think about this right now, but before the Dragon Quest Hero was revealed, I think Nintendo and I had a conversation about this, and we this was a location we had picked. Isn't that true? Is that what we did?
Maybe that was so long ago now. I don't.
You guys
remember.
did a video. I thought it was a different place. God, what is the name of this town that starts with an A? I think it's in 3.
Well, this is in Apfelgard. Both these locations are in Apfelgard.
Oh yeah, Apfelgard's the country. I thought you guys just called it Apfelgard.
Apfelgard, maybe.
You might have.
Maybe.
Yo, iconic character, Affle D.
All right, Creeks. What's your penultimate pick?
Let's see here. I think I might actually be the first person to have this, unless somebody else did it while I was out. I had to go take it from my little brother. Who's so true, right? Battlefield.
The dichotomy of man.
Okay, Tetris. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Tetris Matrix. I
Yeah,
don't know what you want me to say. It's the Tetris Matrix.
Yeah.
So my idea would be, it would take place. You would start on like a flat plane of blocks. Let's say that like every
Start off empty.
row below you is just like there's like one block missing. So somebody that was just really bad at playing Tetris is playing Tetris at the beginning of the stage. So you just have this flat plane of blocks that form the core platform, and from there, more blocks kind of fall down over time.
Get better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, is my audio correct?
No, you're fine. I was just interrupting you like a jerk. So go ahead. I'll stop talking.
Oh no, I thought that something was wrong with my audio because I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear you for a second.
No, I think Snazzy was just really quiet.
Yeah.
Go on though, Crease.
No, but like basically, just like the core idea would be, it's like the blocks in a living room. They fall down, they knock you out of the way. Mm-hmm. I think it would be funny if, as mentioned earlier, you could only KO off the top. It would be caustic, but it would be really funny.
I mean, if the blocks hit you and it launches you upward, that would make killing a lot easier.
Yeah, true.
So,
but yeah, there's a lot you can do with it. I think it's more just like the fact of people are on the train of how has it taken this long? Maybe they don't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Certainly not it's certainly hard to do a puzzle themed stage like that, I think. So. Yeah. Okay, Huff, what's your final pick?
How dare you call the slot icon Tetris? It is obviously known as the Matrix. Thank you.
Huff, you've been on that bit for a week. I want you to know it was officially called the Playfield until like 5 years ago.
Yeah, and then before that it was called the Well. Also, I positioned... Funny. It's like I positioned saying it like that because that... Click it.
Click it.
Yeah, the Matrix.
Oh, the Matrix?
The Matrix? Ah, fair enough. So is this like the same
yeah, it's just Tetris.
Basically. Yeah.
it's a Tetris stage.
Right, we really were the Tetris effect.
Okay. So, what's your last one?
So, initially, I was going to do first party stages only, but I ran out of ideas. So I made this one purely because I heard so many people submitting Sonic stages. And it's quite humorous to me that the Sonic stages we have are Green Hill Zone and then Green Hill Zone, but from Sonic Lost World, Windy Hill Zone. Who cares? It looks like Sand Hill to me. So here's Splash Hill Zone from Sonic 4, Episode 1.
I found the worst image I could, by the way.
Yeah, that is a crunchy image.
But no, I have fooled you. But
Whoa.
Yeah, I knew that this was happening.
What a shocker.
Here's Kamurocho from the Like a Dragon series. We're definitely absolutely going to happen for sure. Definitely. It's a fictional city based on Kabukicho. And I would say that the best way to approach this would just be to set it in front of the arch and have it be a walk-off stage, because it would be funny. Or the Millennium Tower. You could do it at the top of the Millennium Tower. That'd be funny.
Like a Dragon's a pretty big series, so it's not impossible to get it something in Smash. It's one of Sega's big flagship series now, so... We got Persona, so I feel like a Dragon and Nier being the other big
It's
one
not
at the time.
impossible. And Kamurocho also represents Judgment, which is a different franchise.
And Like a Dragon. And Yakuza.
Yes.
That's 3 franchises.
Yeah.
Okay, so now my last one.
By the way, Nan, just so you know, both of your slots are there. I didn't know which one you wanted to go
Yeah,
with.
it was start with the non-backup one. So we'll probably just do that. I wanted to do a new series as well. And
This was the... Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that's just do, yeah. I had a backup just in case I couldn't justify this, but I think given other people's choices, I can. I
think it's totally fine
as well. And Sunsoft are like one of the big Japanese developers from the NES era, from the old school Nintendo era, that hasn't got anything in Smash, but they were like such a huge supporter of the Famicom. And they've been recently making a comeback with Euphoria, the Saga 2 that came out this year. And that game is great. Highly recommend. One of the best games I played this year. And it's got a really cool aesthetic that's kind of like Yoshi's Woolly World, in that they made all of these like cool little models out of like plush and felt and stuff like this. So I thought, oh, let's do the hub world, which is Hebe's house, which is in a big tree, and have that. And you could get the cool little felt looking aesthetic going on, and then you'd have the great music from Hebereke, and you could have stage hazards like the bird flying in and pooping on people, and the cameos from all 4 of the main characters showing up. I think it's perfectly fine, and Sunsoft's... It's only the fact that Sunsoft have really just been a non-existent entity over the last 2 decades is the big thing that's gotten in their way, but they're starting to make a huge comeback. They got all that Blaster Master money from Blaster Master Zero, and now going all in on their legacy. And it is quite a strong legacy for the Famicom. So I think I could see Sakurai as the type of guy who loves that side of gaming. And I could see him totally going for something like this. Or Nintendo wanting to use Smash Brothers as a way to, you know, improve partnerships with third parties, like they kind of did with having SNK and Microsoft characters in the DLC this time.
You know what the cooler
they can
series
do
of
that
that,
again
though?
with what?
Blaster Master. Sorry.
No. Blaster Master
love
is cool,
Blaster Master.
but it's no Hebereke. And so give me Hebereke, and so I've had Hebe's house. My backup was Witchy World from Banjo-Kazooie. But I'll go with Hebe's world. Hebe's house, even. Witchy World is obviously Banjo-Tooie. It's probably the most well-known stage from Banjo-Tooie, so...
Is that the stage with Mr. Patches?
Yes, it is the stage with Mr. Patches.
Oh.
So, I was originally going to have that as the second Banjo stage, and then I was like, nah, cut it.
When you play the Witchy World stage in the next Super Smash Bros. Game, your Switch hard caps the frame rate at 10 FPS.
You're right, Yellow Letters. I could have had the disk system boot up menu as a stage.
Okay, so
would have been great.
really quick, I'm not gonna talk about this much because it's me, you know me. I was gonna just roll with no Battlefield because I didn't have any ideas, but since I already broke my third party, only first party rule to do stupid Splash Hill Zone joke, I decided to just screw it, just do what I would do anyway. Here's the Taman Nigru from Devil May Cry 3. It is the most iconic location in the franchise, aside from the top of the Clifod where Virgil sits in his plastic chair. But you know,
Incorrect, the pizza place.
there is no pizza
The
place.
Devil May Cry.
You
office.
never are inside
Dante's
of
house.
you were never inside of a pizza parlor.
I don't
Dude,
remember.
Dante's office, literally the Devil May Cry.
Yeah, Devil May Cry.
Yeah, all the
I mean,
games start there.
Yeah, but like
Have
Thi-
pizza flying around all
this
over the place.
this is the first cutscene of Devil May Cry 3, and that's the one I like the most. So fuck you. Okay, so what did
Okay,
the
so
patrons
Huff-
choose as
Well,
their
no,
last slot?
we're gonna do the patrons last. So do Huff next.
Creeks, you mean?
Creeks. I mean, yes. Sorry.
Creeks, what is your slot?
So this is, like I mentioned, my last three are, Tilted Towers, Tetris, and the last one are all from third-party games that I feel like could get strong representation in the next Smash game without realistically needing a character. I feel like this game is probably one of the unsung most likely titles to get major representation in the next Smash game. Huff and I have talked about this a lot. It is... Drumroll.
It's Link.
It is The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, because Todd Howard wins again. Every copy that you buy of the new Super Smash Bros. Money puts more money. The new Super Smash Bros. Game puts new Skyrim money in Todd's pocket. Ignore the UI.
I hope the stage starts by fading in with the guy.
Oh, that'd be so funny. So the idea I had was there was a couple different options. There was the Throat of the World, but that was just like, hey, that's a mountain. We have Summit already. There was part of me was like, oh, Sovngarde would be really pretty, and you could also do a bunch of really, really cool stuff with Apocrypha, but I don't feel like either of those really represent Skyrim that well. Sovngarde's like fine because it's Valhalla, so it represents the sort of Viking aesthetic of Skyrim perfectly well, but I think the most iconic thing about Skyrim is the overworld, and you can get a lot of that northern lights, planets in the distance, like cool cosmic shit, by just having the game have like, or having the Skyrim stage have a day-night transition, because there's so many cool things in the night sky in Skyrim. So the most iconic location, just as a general location to give you an idea of the overworld, I think would be the exterior of Whiterun. So you would have, I would set it on the bandit camp directly south of Whiterun itself. Have the guard tower, where the first dragon attack, where you get access to the Thu'um in the main story, on the right side. And in the distance, you can see Whiterun, and then off, like in the far distance, you would be able to see like the big mountain that the Throat of the World is at the top of, and High Hrothgar and all that. And there'd be a day-night transition. It would be on top of that like kind of bandit encampment, and occasionally you could see like a dragon fly in and start attacking the guard tower in the background, and then sometimes it would fly overhead to the stage you're on and shoot fire down from the sky, doing kind of like an overhead sweep of the stage. I think it would be really pretty. I think it would have nice music. I think it would be a good way to represent a game that, because the main character and the most iconic character is a customizable avatar with so many options and animations that don't necessarily translate directly into a fighting game that well, it might be the best way to represent Skyrim. And I think it's fairly likely, because not only is Skyrim really popular in both the West and in Japan, but it also has a strong Japanese like for quest-based for Smash. It's the reason that we got the Mii costume in the popular character consideration wave. And it also was the first big third-party game that was shown off during the Switch's reveal. It was like the big holy shit moment for the Switch is actually going to have third-party support. So even though we're many years at this point removed from when that was a thing, I think we're like 6 years out from that reveal trailer, maybe even a little bit more. It still to me feels like it had an impact on sort of the beginning of getting this console generation for Nintendo started.
Yeah, it's pretty big for the Switch gen.
Oh yes. The official story is that Skyrim was not being ported to the Switch when that was happening. They just showed it on the screen because it was a big game.
Hey, it's really funny.
It's a big game to sell, you know.
All right, snazzy.
So one of my rules that I had when I was making this is to not do any third parties that don't have representation in the game, because I feel like a lot of that you start presuming characters, and on top of that, like I don't know if we're just gonna get a third party stage. There are some exceptions. I could see Skyrim, which you just heard. I could see Monster Hunter for sure. I'm actually surprised nobody put Monster Hunter. But because I am who I am, clearly I just want a Bomberman stage. I think I think Bomberman. I think a Bomberman stage has a great chance of happening, whether or not we get a Bomberman himself as a playable character, because I feel like we've got everything, almost everything besides that. We got the Mii costume, we got the assist trophy, which was like a focus assist trophy. We know that Konami is very easy to work with when it comes to renting out their properties. I don't see any reason, I like Bomberman, just like a great classic game, and the more representation you have, the better. Pitfall Zone can be done in a lot of different ways. I think it would be kind of like Pac-Maze, where you get kind of the background and then blocks set in a certain way, and probably randomly spawning bombs, or perhaps enemies circling it in certain areas. But yeah, no, I think there's a lot you can do with the stage. I think you'd be able to put a couple Bomberman medleys in there, and then besides that, maybe just stick it in with the classic extras like Others music. And yeah, I still think Bomberman himself has a chance, but it's one of the few third parties that, even if there is no playable Bomberman, I feel like there's a really strong chance to get Bomberman in as a stage.
Okay, but Snazzy, what do you think about the Coma Zone, round 5 of Wario Blast featuring Bomberman?
I think that would also be perfectly acceptable.
Listen, classic Bomberman melodies or medleys, great. Please redial remix. Make it happen. I don't care who we need to pay for it.
Alright, so now we got the patrons one. This one was submitted by Fire Marge, and I'm just gonna let Huff probably do most talking for this one.
Yo.
Here you go. Go ahead, Slink.
Oh, was this his backup when we wouldn't let him do the World Tournament stage?
He didn't suggest the World Tournament stage to me. No, this was definitely the first one. Literally, I'd want a Among Us stage where you have events that you can take to get to higher or lower levels. The lights maybe turn on and off, and you have to interact with the stage to fix it. And then I wasn't sure, and then I chatted with Huff about it, and we decided to let it go. We decided to let it happen.
Among Us. It was pointed out to me that the first thing that Sakurai did after finishing work on Sora and Sora was released was tweet a picture of an Amogai next to his cat. So he said that since he was no longer working on Smash, he was now free to post things like that, which is very funny. Very funny.
It is. Among Us is obviously huge, grown in popularity. I think similar to Tilted Towers. I think if they wanted to do a stage for Among Us, They probably can. They probably will. I would fully expect at least a spirit in the next Smash Brothers game based around Among Us. But a stage would be a pretty funny one as well, with vents that act like warp pipes and hazards that go off that need to be interacted with, or this part of the stage blows up or something.
Okay. So that's the full list. We are.
Yeah, that's it.
Good. That's cool.
Finally.
We did it. So I hope you all
And it didn't
enjoyed
take
the
us
stream.
5 hours.
I was
It took us 4.
I was being a little facetious, but it's all in good fun. I promise. So this is the first big more than 4-person roster that we've done since Discord added the ability to add polls. And since Twitter only supports 4 options for polls, the poll will be conducted on our Discord instead in the Source Gaming channel. I will put it in announcements actually, so it doesn't get buried. But that will be up within the next 15 minutes, and this image will be posted on our Twitter as soon as possible.
I'd say put it in the Source Gaming channel, or put it in one, maybe not announcements because they might get buried still from our own announcements.
That's true.
I'd put it either pin it to the roster making channel or pin it to Source Gaming and just make an announcement in announcements that it's there.
Okay.
I'd say
that
would be
works.
the way to go.
That works.
And
It
then
will
post
be on our
Twitter the
Discord.
we'll post on Twitter as well what the changes are.
Yes.
That you'd have to join our Discord to vote, I guess.
Yes.
Actually,
is Straw Poll still a thing, or is that a scam website still?
I haven't used it in a very, very long time, so it might still be a scam website. Who
Poll
knows?
website. If somebody can tell me a poll website, you can't post links, but if somebody can send that to me on Discord, I can just
Google.
include.
You can make polls on Google Docs, can't you?
I mean, we could. Yes, we could also do
Yeah.
that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I want it to still be on Twitter, but desperate times. Either way, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Maybe if you become a patron in the near future, like all of the lovely people on screen that will be appearing in a moment, you could also participate in a future stream like this. It's $5 tier and up, right?
Yes.
Yes.
$5
Yes.
apparently.
$5
Now,
tier and up
maybe
to contribute to a future poll, a future roster stream like this, if we ever open it up to patrons again.
sure
Thank
we will
you
at some
all for
point.
watching. I am really glad that we did this stream this morning. It was very delightful. It was very enjoyable. And I hope you all have a good rest of your day. And always remember to return to the source.